Welcome to the beginning of Abruzzi Apex Racing League Endurance 2024. For this year's edition, we have 6 3-hour-long events, and thanks to our partners at Abruzzi, the biggest prize pool we've ever had for an ARL series. We're here in the Apex Racing TV esports studio, myself, Sam Fitzpatrick, alongside David Sampson. And David, this is probably the biggest championship that we broadcast for the year. It's certainly one of the most fun ones as well, one of the most competitive. We had 53 teams taking part in this championship, such big prizes, and it's all going to start very, very soon.
Yeah, this is the second time we've hosted this event, right? Yeah, I mean, this is the format I love. Multi-class, triple using the IMSA format, starting out at Silverstone, good lineup as well of tracks. I've been scrolling up and down the teams, big competitive field, so yeah, really excited. And 3 hours brings out all the strategy we want to see from a race.
Absolutely. Well, let's go through some of the prizes for this, because this is one of the big changes. We had some pretty good prizes last year. I think this year it might even take it to the next level for that, because for the drivers, these are just some of the prizes, and I think the best overtake prize, which we'll be keeping an eye out on throughout the season, this is the best overtake across the entire championship, and they get a Leox ZXF1 Pro wheel worth 600 quid. It's very good value as well for 600 quid. That would be certainly the prize I'd like. But then you also get the Camus Rally wheel and the custom t-shirt and gloves, which the drivers can get in a custom design, which will probably match their livery, which will be the discipline that it's decided on.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to win best save. I mean, I'd be glad I saved it.
Sure.
But I wouldn't be thinking about the award as I'm
scenario.
sideways.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, technically, you could say the same thing about overtakes. If you were out there, David, you'd be just leading on pole position the whole time.
True. I wonder if that's unfair. Yeah. It's an unfair situation.
Yeah, maybe need to work on that. We've also got some more prizes as well. The best qualifiers for the season get custom boots. And that is across all 3 classes as well. So the top in the GTP, top in LMP2, and top in GTD. We've got 2k of prize money. And again, that is split between the 3 classes, 350 quid for the top teams in each of the 3 divisions. And they've also got custom gloves as well, which will go to one of you lucky people. More details about that later on, but you will have a chance for each round of the championship to get some custom gloves as well, which again is an awesome prize. And of course, massive thanks to Abruzzi, and of course you can head over to Abruzzi official.co.uk in order to check out all of their products, and that ranges from sim racing equipment, hardware, you know, they've got Moza equipment and several other sim racing providers, but also karting equipment as well, and motorsport in real life equipment as well. And if you use the code APEXRACING15 off, that's APEXRACING15 off, you get 15% off your offer. So do check out that link below, and that will be applied to your gloves, your boots, and your t-shirts order as well. So yeah, massive thanks to Abruzzi, and yeah, it's pretty cool that the drivers get to race for those awesome prizes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's going to be a tough season. I say big teams, lots of cars, triple multi-class, there's lots to play for. Yeah, obviously I'm excited to get underway, but I'm excited to see how the season plays out as well as a whole.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the tracks as well. Try to mix it up a little bit compared to last season. Spa is in there again because it's Spa. It sort of feels like you have to use it in an endurance championship. But all the others are new. Silverstone, the host for round 1, but which one are you looking forward to most, you'd say?
Well, obviously I could name the big ticket items, but I'm going to say Portimao. I think it's a fantastic track. It's earning its place amongst the great tracks. I think it will get there. I think it's going to take some time because of the amount of new tracks iracing's been having over here at time. But yeah, it's a fantastic track. So yes, want to say Sebring, but I'm going to say Portimao.
Sure. I'm going to go for Suzuka because it's the best track in the world. Let's have a look at the format as well for this round. We've already briefly talked about it, but it's a 3-hour-long race. Slight change when it comes to the qualifying for this season. It's a 30-minute qualifying. Last season we just had a 10-minute qualifying, lone qualifying. This time it's 30 minutes, 10 minutes per class. And the fastest qualifier has to start the race, which sort of the idea behind that is that hopefully we'll have all the fastest drivers out on circuit with each other at the start of the race. battling amongst each other. And then we'll have sorts of the second drivers get in who maybe will be a little bit slower. We'll see if that happens. I don't know. Would you be taking that tactic? Would you want the fastest driver to do qualifying and the first stint, or would you mix it up?
For me, it's about the person most confident to start the race. That's always my priority, that way around. But yeah, this throws that out the window because you have to tell the person not confident who's rapid, man up. Yeah. So I don't know, like it's a difficult situation, yeah, so it's not something I'm usually put in. But yeah, I usually focus on who wants to start and then we work backwards.
Let's have a look at who we think is going to win the championship. So we've got the three classes, the GTPs, the LMP2s and the GTDs. And this is who we think is going to win. I've gone for Absolute Motorsport Ace of the GTP to win. I think that's Andrea Cason and Andrea Delaval, I think, as well, in that car, which is a very strong squad. What was your logic for Cube Control's Movano Blue in GTP?
My logic was simple. I went for the three fastest teams. So.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Sure.
That's how I did that.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well.
No. I just felt confident with my picks. I looked at the drivers. Cube, fantastic lineup. Effect. I know them boys well. There.
I went for Effect initially as well. I'm going to put that out there, but I thought that would be too boring if I went for Effect as well.
Plus, I'm allowed to pick first for once.
Yeah.
Usually you say pick three, and then apart from these three.
Well, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Duo went Paul Lang. Recently signed with them. Looking fantastically fast. But yeah, fantastic lineups. I think Marcus is in the Movano Blue team. Effect is Busby and Dawson. I mean, they're both rapid, but on another planet. So yeah, I'm excited. Obviously, there are some massive hitting teams, and a lot needs to go right to win the season.
Yeah, and I'm not a member of Delachas, by the way, even though I did.
Yeah, I saw you took a paycheck there.
Yeah, but they're just very good. Tailman is in the GTD. He recently won the GT4 Championship, the sports ARL sports cars. And then they've got Alexander Delachas, who's a very good driver as well, won a race last season in the LMP2s. So we'll see who comes out on top on that one. I think David's picks went very well in practice, if that's anything to base by. If only that is what the championship came down to.
Pay the winners.
We've also, of course, got to go through the track as well. Silverstone for this. It's pretty crazy that, I mean, feel free to correct me, and welcome to everyone in chat. What is the biggest endurance championship that Silverstone hosts? I guess it's British GT. It's mad that this place doesn't host WEC anymore. Massive shame. But these are the types of cars that should be racing around this track because it's almost built for them.
Sure, yeah, obviously Formula One, it's featured, but yeah, it's not, I don't know, it doesn't get a mass amount of love from the community. No. It is a tricky technical track, and it probably airs itself on a more downforce friendly track, but you know, it's not my favourite British track. I like Silverstone, I learnt to like it. There's a couple of corners that drove me nuts for too many years, but yeah, this should definitely be featured more. Great track, yeah, clever to start the season here. I
find it quite slippery track. It is not necessarily talked about as an especially slippery circuit. You tend to think of circuits more like Suzuka and maybe some of the other Japanese circuits, but I find it really, maybe it's the lack of camber as well. It's very flat, so yeah, it's not an easy one at all.
No, you're right, they're very high speed corners and they're flat.
Yeah,
so it's very slippery, this track. Really hurts the tyres.
It really will do. And of course, a quick mention as well in terms of the cars that we've got as well for this. For viewers who aren't aware, there is an Acura Bop, and we may as well call it the Acura Bop because no other cars have been bopped. But 1% less power for the Acura, 5 kg less for the Acura, or added to the Acura as well.
More, please.
And 2% fuel reduction as well. Do you think that will be enough to make the Acura?
I don't think it's boppable. I think...
What do you mean? If it was like reduced by 50% power, that would be enough, right?
It's hard. I think the biggest way to fix the Acura is a massive weight increase, but then it would be undrivable. I think that's the problem. That's the reason iRacing can't nail it. Every time they probably get it near, it's undrivable. So the Acura is a weapon, mate. It's a weapon.
Well, a lot of the teams have picked it. We are going to find out how it fares in about 13 minutes when the GTPs go out on circuit, but already the GTDs are on circuit. So we will go to an advert now, and when you rejoin us, we'll be trackside for the GTD qualifying.
Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Welcome to Silverstone. We are in the early stages of qualifying for regular viewers of these Friday night broadcasts. You'll be aware that we have this stage qualifying where we have the first 10 minutes for the slowest class, and then the next 10 minutes for the middle class, and then the last 10 minutes for the fastest class. That is the case as well tonight. So we've got the GTDs already out there, and the GTDs are biggest and, let's probably maybe say, the most competitive field. 23 of them out here tonight, and currently it's Door Esports at the top. It's looking good for you, David.
It is. I did take some of my time yesterday, or whatever it was, picking the teams. So yeah, but still, it's very tight at the top. What is it? A tenth separating the top three. Then there is a little bit of a gap behind, like 4 tenths, 5 tenths. But how long's left in this qualifying? They've still got the majority of their time left. Well, they got another lap.
Well, yeah, they can.
This lap, sorry, yeah, it's the other way around. Sorry, I see now.
Oh, as Impulse go to the top, Norbert Leitner. Great to see him up there. Former Apex Racing League touring car driver. This lap is not going to be an improvement for Rutzen, but as long as he crosses the line before the 10 minutes are up, he can start another lap and complete another lap. Now, a new element as well for this season compared to last season is the introduction of rain. It can now rain, because that wasn't a thing last year. However, the chance of rain tonight is precisely 0%. So we're not going to see rain tonight, but it is a potential addition for rounds 2 to 6.
I want a button that I press that
Sure.
makes it rain just instantly. Heavy downpour in turns 1 and 2. That's it. That's all it rains. Isolated cloud.
I think, is that a thing at the moment? Does it move across the circuit?
Yep.
The rain?
Yeah. When well, the only time I've experienced it was week 13 when it launched. But at Watkins Glen, yeah, it was only, and Daytona, it was only raining in certain corners,
Sure.
which was, obviously it's cool, but it's a bit weird. But
Sure.
it's cool. It's just weird.
Thank you to everyone who's subscribing. Gyro and Sebastian, much appreciate your support, guys. And thank you to everyone who's tuning in. Very good viewing figures, and do let us know who you are supporting in chat. And when it comes to the racing as well, if you do tell us who you're supporting, they're more likely to be shown on screen. So it's worth interacting with us.
And yeah, hello to everyone in chat. Yeah, we did see all your messages. Sorry, we had a lot to get through before qualifying, but we read every single one.
Melazani Racing by Voltronic up to P12. And of course, this is another new addition, the Mustang. And the Corvette as well, but there's more. To be fair, there's a couple of Corvettes and a couple of Fords.
No, there's more Corvettes.
Oh, actually, there's 3 Corvettes. 4 Corvettes.
Yeah, and 2 Fords.
Yeah.
So now I've driven them more. The Ford feels like somewhere between the Merc and Bimmer. A good mix of the Merc and Bimmer, but not necessarily their strengths. Like the Merc's, it doesn't have the Merc's straight line speed. it doesn't have the BMW curb beating ability, but it is somewhere between the two, and generally it's pretty nice to drive. The Vet, I still can't nail it down, but if I had to pick between two cars, I'd say probably gearbox and engine feel like the Ferrari, but it has an element of the Audi to it that I can't quite nail down yet. But yeah, somewhere between the Ferrari and Audi.
This will be Fiercely Forward's Pink's last attempt. I did think the Fiercely Forward LMP2 might be a pick for the LMP2 title potentially. But this Pink car as well in the GTDs very strong, and they're up there. They are up there in 5th position. The Chilean ending up 5th in qualifying, and now it's time for the LMP2s, and they have the track for the next 10 minutes.
So with this format, how we're using the same league format, do we not worry about the prototypes catching the GTs on there? No, I suppose not. The definitely will be too much. Like if someone crosses the line with 1 second to go and the LMP2s come out on their out lap.
Yeah, could be a bit of an issue. I mean, it would then be the responsibility for the faster class not to get in the way.
Yeah, I suppose it is their out lap as well. They can plan this more than well enough.
12 LMP2s. There's thank you as well to Ismail who subscribes.
We've got supporters of Absolute Motorsport in chat and Alcantech. Is that how you pronounce that?
Yes, Alcantech.
NHL. Okay.
Yeah, Nicholas Rasmussen.
And there you go, the magic of saying who support and then showing up on the screen.
That was no coincidence. Great paint. That is one of the things that we are going to have to keep an eye on this season, too. We don't have to decide it tonight. We'll decide it after round 6. So these paints have got to be appealing throughout the season, please. But that one from Alcantech, I'm a big fan of that straight away. That's an early contender for livery of the season, which would mean they get a set of T-shirts in a custom design from our sponsors, Abruzzi.
Red is the worst shade of orange, though.
Oh dear. Are you going to disagree with me on this? Is this...
No, it looks fine. It is good.
Oh, it looks fine. Okay. Well, send them the T-shirts now. Try to hold back the enthusiasm.
Sorry.
Nikolai Pedersen for Delta Sport goes to the top, but it is the first time, so it could be beaten, and it is by Delachaz Automotive.
Looks like doing single laps. As I say, this is a very abrasive track, and the LMP2 is a very fuel-sensitive car, and it's a long lap, so yeah, 1 lap makes a lot of sense.
Effect at the top to the delight of Aston Eagle Mears Media.
Yeah. Who from Effect is... Oh, it's Dawson, yeah. Very quick guy. Yeah, he's got that by 3/10 currently. We're still waiting on 4 times to come in, though.
Good to see SCCR Sim Sports out there. Very late edition. I think they only signed up yesterday. But it's fantastic to have them in the championship. Craig Jones, one of the drivers for that. Familiar face in this channel. Team 11, who are related to Lewis Ward, who is part of the production tonight. So best of luck to Team 11. You and Marshall in that car.
Hi, Frank in chat. I assume supporting Delta, or if it's just Lucky, part of your name. Hello there.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, Delta V.
Yeah.
Be a massive coincidence.
It would be a massive coincidence.
Let us know what the V stands for, by the way. Unless it doesn't mean anything. Maybe it just means V. This is another good paint. The LMP2 field are doing a good job with these paints early on. I'm impressed. So we have got the hypothesis that maybe it's velocity, delta velocity, could be the V standing for, which I think is a good shout. Let us know if it is any different to that. Anyone from that team? Oh, Delta 5.
There you go. I actually like that, Roman numeral. Oh, no, they're saying maybe. Oh, okay.
Oh. Okay. Well, Alistair, you're very convincing.
Yes.
Unfortunately, so this is the Hyperion Esports car. Now, I think they might be a driver down because, unfortunately, Elvin Dugeld earlier on struggled to get into the car. So, I think, fortunately, they have 3 drivers who are planning to take part, but it will be a bit of extra effort for that Hyperion Esports by Garage French team.
So what's the rules? You can't solo it.
You can't solo it.
And, okay.
A lot of people were keen to solo it, but yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah, I
it's a team
bet.
championship. I think if we allow people to solo it, there'd be a lot of teams who, especially considering the very good price that we have for the season, a lot of people would just solo it. Because 3 hours isn't that long. We've all done 3 hours in the car.
Correct, yeah.
So,
And obviously, iRacing's been opening this up with like the IMSA 2.4 being soloable, VLN, even the 6 hour, which I don't recommend, is able to be done solo nowadays. No, actually, that's been a rule for a long time. It's IMSA endurance and VRS endurance, which is 3 hours. No, yes, VRS endurance is 3 hours and is now allowed to be done solo. As we see a very familiar livery, well, to myself, I get to see this car a lot. Andy Dawson, Effect.
a lot of support in chat for Effects, Sim Coach, and Alistair as well, both supporting this team.
Yeah, good team. And there's one of our drivers in chat, Josh. Hey, mate. And Andrew's a weapon. Very quick driver.
Tommy saying very good livery as well. Maybe I think Effect need to add something to it that they didn't have last season.
Orange, something
If
orange.
I look like it looks very similar to last year's car, so I'm not saying it's not a very good livery, but maybe my eyes have been sort of used to that livery, and I think, you know, in the remaining rounds, if they can add a bit of flair to it, a bit of orange, as David says,
Yeah, see,
then maybe.
an orange stripe will go a long way in the judge's opinion, I feel.
Exactly.
I have a really hard time telling the cars apart next race when everyone rocks up in an orange livery.
Jake Shuri currently quarts of a second off the pace. This is an outlap for him, so he's just winding it up. This will be his last attempt. He won't quite have enough time to get round and start another lap. And you can see he's taking that real tight line and then launches it out off the final corner to start another attempt. Goes flat out through Abbey. Not quite flat out, sorry.
Yeah, well, you just
A
want to
little
make
bit
sure you
of a
get
left.
over to the left here. I mean, it's been a while since I drove here in a prototype. It was like 2 seasons ago, but you want to make sure you get over to the left, open up this corner so that you get a really good run here, because it's a very traction-sensitive corner. So you want to be opening up that wheel, let it flat here, just letting it open up to a maximum of the slowdown. This could be a tricky corner again, like you mentioned. There's no camber, so you do need to be careful how much you ask of the rear. And the more you burn, the harder it gets later in the lap. You can let it track out all the way here. And then this, I don't know the best line through here. I do this where I hug, but I've seen people get away with the deep cut back, V type of technique. You can cut the inside completely there because it's part of a different layout. Here again, you're just careful how much you ask of the tyres. You can definitely cut a little bit more than that. That's where I think he had to do a bit of an extra lift there. But I say it's been a while for me since I drove here. Here you just want to get as close to the curves as possible. Let it carry as much speed. I do a gear per corner here, but he may, a gear per corner. Difficult corner this one to judge because the slowdown, well, the slowdown's massive in the race. People need to be careful of that in lap 1, cold tyres, and we know the iracing slowdown system's a little bit more painful on the first lap when deltas haven't been registered.
By the way, Delachaz Automotive by Major's Garage crossed the line with about 2 seconds to spare.
With a good time as well.
Jake Shuri is back to the pit, so he's not going to improve. But we've still got Sebastian Schau, fiercely forward purple, coming up behind. Here they are. So far in this lap, 2 personal best sectors out of 4. So probably an improvement, but I doubt it's going to be enough to get on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, looking good indeed. Let's see.
And it's not quite an improvement. Yeah, fell about 0.2 of a second short in the end. Delachaz not improving in P2, so it's looking very good for Andy Dawson and Effect Simulations right now for the P2 pole, albeit they were run very, very close.
So it's our picks going toe for toe, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. How did your pick do in the GTD?
Can't remember.
Oh, I think mine was second, I think. That's all we really care about. We're here to cover the race, but we like being right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's all it's really about.
It's so nice when you say something that you don't really know anything about, and then it turns out to be correct anyway.
I'm not sure what you mean. I'm going on judgment here. Any improvements from the back there?
Dawson, Dawson's last lap there would have been enough for P2 on the grid anyway, so some good consistency from him. And here's the GTPs, 14 of them. A couple of Australians as well. In fact, a Kiwi and an Australian. Stefan McCartson is a Kiwi, and this man, the man who we were following, Harrison Lilas, an Australian.
The Orbit team, didn't you drive for them, or...?
Yes,
oh.
it is. Yeah.
Okay. I thought
drove with them for Nords 24.
It was in the rearview mirror, right? I remember.
Don't say stuff like that, because within, and I will bring it up, within half an hour, you guys had put it in the wall, and we were actually ahead of you. We were up to P4 at one point.
Correct.
Until one of my teammates put the side down.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to compare our personal best lap times in that race, feel free. I mean,
I'm here we go. I had a damaged car, sir. Damaged car.
I only had a car for a course of the race before it was pinned.
Okay.
Everyone on their first laps at the moment. We'll try to keep you up to date with who's going particularly fast. Looks like it's pretty good for Cherokee Motorsport GTP out there. But a lot of teams who we're not totally familiar with in this GTP category. So we're not totally sure who's going to come out on top.
You asked me why I picked Movano Blue. It's Marcus Hamilton and Wesley Caspers. So yeah, I'm feeling confident that either of them could put this on pole.
Well, Marcus Hamilton, 8.7k. He is the highest I-rated driver of anyone.
And Wesley, the quote-unquote driver not even qualifying, is rapid in GTP, honestly. Rapid. And I will say we didn't have access to iRatings when we picked these. It was just, I was staring at a Google Sheet yesterday. That was it.
So keep controls, Movano Red go to the top, but this will probably be faster, and it is by 200ths of a second. Good effort there from Andrea Barilaro to get that close. Cherokee Motorsport GTP 1, they started off the lap very strong, but yeah, well, they kept it up to fair. Qualified in P4 for now. Absolute Motorsport Aceleth, my picks, go to P4. Delta 5 Racing.
Just noticed the Nürburgring team have spelt esports a little weird. I think they created the team in a rush, 4 seconds before the event.
Well, I mean, I will take some responsibility for that. I should really have spotted that, but that can't be. I don't know. I think that's deliberate.
Yeah,
because
maybe.
all the drivers have to sign up under the team.
Yeah. Sure.
So, yeah, but...
I always blame the drivers, mate.
I never spotted that. So, that's no anyone from Nürburgring Esports. Great effort there from Sasha Engelhardt, actually, to move up into P3. Sasha up to 6.6 I rating. Really has improved a lot in the last couple of years.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, so Cube Controls Movano sitting 1 and 2 at the moment. Didn't we... Who was it we reported on at the podcast that were closing? It was Movano, right? Now, I've got a bit of an update. As we've already done the podcast and I forgot to come back to you on it. They weren't closing. It was the manager of the company, just a poorly translated tweet. He was leaving.
Oh,
but he used terms like we and... Yeah, so it was more, he's foreign and he translated it, and so...
he translated it himself.
Well, I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs, but I heard that it was a mistake. Like this, the way the tweet came across was a mistake. He was saying farewell, and but he had said things like, we have, yeah, we are. So yeah, it was just... so the good news is Movano are...
Good.
Yeah, although... Yeah, all news is good news, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, every Discord and every Discord I saw was talking about them closing. So what I'd like to say is we didn't make a mistake, they did. Another one of those important clarifications.
Yeah. Ethan Green in chat saying, love the WEC-inspired timing. I'm glad that you enjoy it, Ethan. Of course, we use SDK Gaming for all of this, all of our broadcasts, and it also supplies our live timing, which I think there might be a link to in the description below, or it will certainly be posted at some point in the YouTube chat.
And there quite literally is a WEC theme. You just supply it. I forget exactly how, but it's on the Discord, and the WEC theme applies.
Yeah, you basically paste a line of code into the start override part. Sounds quite complex, but it isn't. It's actually copy and paste a line of code, and it just appears like that. So,
if you want to make it sound less complex, say text next time. Text.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah.
Not code.
Yeah. There you go. Very close at the top. I see a fast repair motorsport. Okay. Is there fast repairs in this race?
1.
So they are valid.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That name rolls off the tongue. Orbit, Bear Motorsport, Jupiter to Orbit.
And I mean, we've been complimenting on our overlay, but this name is so long. Orbit, Drop, Bear Motorsport, Jupiter to Orbit, X, DBM, Jupiter.
That sounds like a 10-place grid drop.
So 2 Jupiters in one name. I think I just copied and pasted that in. I think they asked for it to be changed, but I didn't realise it was... it sort of repeats itself a bit.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit. Andy Dawson in chat. Nice job, mate. Very nice lap. And I'm pleased because you were my pick for LMP2, which means I'm, at the moment, well, I suppose it is only qualifying, but making Sam look wrong is...
Well, I'm quite happy with how my GTP team are going because Andrea Cason with a very strong time there to move into P3. Interesting as well that it's an accurate 1, 2, 3, 4, but then it's also a 13, 14. So bookending the standings at the moment.
Yep. I'm very happy with my GTP pick as well. They're leading.
Yeah, but it's not. But but like.
Go on, finish that sentence.
No, but you've just gone for the highest I-rated drivers.
I did not. I went for the fastest drivers.
No, but whether you did or whether it was deliberate or not, you have.
What?
So I think that's quite a boring way to do it. I think you should go for drivers for alternate drivers, yeah?
I picked Effect without looking at who they were against. And sure, I saw Wesley Casper's name and glanced and saw Marcus Hamilton and again just picked them. And I went with Paul Lang in GTD.
Well, we'll find out in about 10 weeks' time whether it's been correct.
So what do I win? Abruzzi Socks for beating you in the picks?
Well, if someone from Abruzzi is watching along, let us know what they're willing to go up for that. Cherokee Motorsport GTP have just moved up to P4. It's gradually getting closer and closer. It is quite competitive right now. Top 8 separated by just over half a second. Which is really good to see. Fast Repair Motorsport GTP, they move up to P3.
Yeah, it's very tight in that.
Slide, and an even bigger slide, I think for someone ahead.
That 3rd, 4th, 5th spot is separated by nothing.
I think Kozane will go up 1 place. Yeah, 1 place. I think if it weren't for a bit of a scruffy final couple of corners, maybe they could have got 2 more places as well. But they go to P9. The checker flag is out. The drivers can complete the lap that they start. So there could still be improvements in this session. The top 2 teams, Cube Controls, Movano, Blue and Red, are out on circuit. Blue with a personal best sector already on this lap. Also watch out for Nürburgring Esports Carousel. They've just set a personal best sector 1, 3 and 4. This could be a very dangerous from the team currently in P8. Only need 0.2 of a second, do Nürburgring Esports, to go up.
Yeah, but
5 places.
The closer to the front you get, those extra... I mean, yes, just 0.2 sounds like not a lot, but it's a stupendous amount at the tippy-toppy end.
Well, can Red get closer to Blue? Good lap so far. This will be very, very close for the pole position. And it is enough by 0.5, but their teammates are still lapping out there, and it's a good lap for them. Cherokee and Nürburgring Esports were able to improve up to P4. Cherokee weren't able to improve. They'll remain P6, but this is what it's going to come down to. It's going to be a Cube Controls team on pole position in GTP, and in the overall standings, it's going to be ever so close. Going to come down to a few hundredths, I think. Here comes the blue across the line, and it is enough.
42.9.
Like just short of a tenth. They are the first teams to get into the 42s, and Marcus Hamilton had to work hard for it. And Delta V Racing go to P11 as well, and that will be the end of what was quite an exciting qualifying session. I think the drivers will grid up for the race, and yeah, certainly in the GTPs at least, Cube Controls are looking very, very strong.
Well, they don't have teams in the others, that's why.
Sure.
Yeah. It's looking very tight at the top, though, yeah, for sure. We're seeing that in every class. The 1-2 cars seem to have that, little extra, but then there's, 6 cars, all very close to each other. So, yeah, we're going to see a very competitive start of the race. Hopefully everyone gets through okay. The last sector is pretty tricky for the GTPs on cold tyres, so it's... I've done this in IMSA. You see a lot of accidents. Because is it the short formation or is it full?
You can't do full formation.
Yeah, so
it's only the short.
GTP is just coming out of that last S right-hander. You unload to the left, and as you ask for the right and it's green, 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 you're getting on the throttle with adrenaline, and the rear starts snapping. And if anyone snaps, then, well, yeah, it gets dangerous fast.
Quick shout out, by the way, to a new league which is starting, by the way, fairly soon. For Apex Racing, we've got the Apex Racing Academy Super Formula Lights. And do check that out using the link below. It will be a really great championship for anyone involved in single-seater racing. 8 rounds following the official series, and one of the best single-seaters on iRacing. So do go to apexracingleague.com for more details. But let's go through the grid then, because there's a lot of teams to get through. On pole position, it's Cube Controls, Movano Blue. Alongside them is their red teammates. Then it is Fast Repair Motorsport GT, Absolute Motorsport Acelith, Nürburgring Esports Carousel, Cherokee Motorsports GTP, RD Simsport, and Orbit Bear Motorsport. Then it is Team Racing Black, Zircle Esports, Delta V Racing, Blackout OPR GTP, PS Competition, and Absolute Motorsport Acelith in 14th place. Then top of the P2s is Effect Simulations head of Delachaz. Fiercely Forward, Purple, Alpha Esports, Delta Sports, Alcantech NHR, Scuderia Volt P by P1 Sim, Team 11 in 8th position. And we are probably going to run it. We might be able to get through them, to be fair. Then it is WPR powered by Alto Cumulus in 9th place. And it's Hyperion Esports, SCCR Simsport, and Hyperion. Elvin will not be taking the start. Then in the GTDs, we've got Impulse Racing on pole ahead of Door Esports. Then Simify, Absolute Motorsport, Fiercely Forward Pink, Team Racing Purple, Instinct Racing, Delta V Racing, Instinct 321, Firebird, Team Red X, Delachaz Automotive by PC Design, Melanzani Racing, IFR Esports, Delta V Racing, and the rest will go through because I'm concerned that we might miss the start.
We're on lap 4, mate. You missed. It was a good start. No, you did well.
Such long names. I can deal with normal names. I can't deal with team names. But here we go then. The drivers, by the way, the pole sitter decides when the field goes, not the green flag, and the pole sitter can launch anytime between the exit of the final corner and the start line. So, you can't launch now, but you can launch about here. And I think he may well go early, and he has done. And the season starts then for Abruzzi Apex Racing League Endurance 2024. And it's Marcus Hamilton who takes us into Abbey for the first time. A few changes behind. Really good start for everyone on the even side of the grid. So there have been a lot of changes in the GTPs as they start racing into turn 3. Anyone messing up, there's almost a little bit of contact there. But in the LMP2 field, they're holding a little bit longer. It's a bit more of a bunched up field. But now they do launch, and it is Effect Simulations leading Delachaz. Delachaz getting away way decently to hold on to P2, and it's actually a great stuff at Alcantech NHR. They've gone from 5th to 3rd already on that race start as they swarm down into turn 3, and there'll be more changes, I'm sure. A little bit of a spin in the background. In the GTDs, Norbert Leitner just bringing the drivers to the green flag now, and yeah, he leads the way ahead of Door Esports there.
Yeah, let's hope to get through okay here. This is the biggest class we have. Seeing lots of Lambos up front. Great run from Norbert. Even much like the GTPs, went nice and early. Also seen a few sends. Looks like everyone's got through okay. No code tyres, big lock-up incidents. Oh, we do see, yeah.
I think everyone avoided him though.
Yeah. I think that was Dylan Shepherd from Blackout OPR, I think.
Could have been. It was him or playing ducks till Steinert in that car.
What a good camera. Moves being made already. Jonas. Oh, Jonas is back with Gonzalo here. They're still side by side. It looks like Jonas is going to get this. Yeah, job done. I think they were second at the start of the race, so I think Simforge obviously got by into T1, I presume. But Jonas getting that position back nice and quickly.
And already the first lap is completed by the GTP cars. And, well, cube controls look fairly dominant if qualifying is anything to go by. And JK Sondo for Absolute Motorsport Ace List did get ahead of Faster Pair Motorsport on the race start. So 3rd and 4th changing, 5th and 6th changing, 7th and 8th changing, 9th and 10th changing, and then also Stefan McCartson starting for Blackout OPR, moved from 12th to 11th. Bit of a poor start for Delta V Racing, but...
long race.
Yeah, long race. I think the drivers have realised that, certainly in the prototype, certainly in the GTP category, very sensible driving.
Yeah, I mean, the GTP was made easier by the fast go before green, whereas the LMP2s, not they did anything wrong, but the way he's holding up is a clever idea from first place because it really gaggles up 2nd, 3rd and 4th and lets you get a bit more breathing space, but that's why it just was technically a little bit more difficult for the LMP2s. It's what I would have done as well. If you can get the people behind you side by side into the next few corners, then that's an excellent job done. Seeing Jonas following very closely here to Norbert. Obviously, fuel saving will be an element of this race, being that it's 3 hours long. They've probably got their targets already set, and that's what they're going to be looking to do.
And for people who are very familiar with these cars, we have limited the fuel for the GTP and the GTD classes. So the GTDs are limited to 90% fuel, and that will mean that they'll have to take 3 stops in this race. They can't get away with just fuel saving to the hour. They will have to take 3 stops, and one of those stints will be a short stint, which I think will be quite interesting later on. The GTPs have also been limited to 90% fuel because otherwise they'd be able to do a 3 stop, but by limiting them to 90%, they shouldn't be able to make the 45 minutes, so they should have to take 4 pit stops. But again, one of those pit stops will be short, and the LMP2s will be the same. So expect the GTDs to pit around sort of 52 minutes, I think, and then the LMP2s around 40 minutes, and the GTPs around 42 minutes, I think.
Yes, indeed. But you saying them they can't, that just challenges them, remember that.
Sure. Are you...
No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying.
No, I mean, I think this is a good time, Dave, to say, oh, someone will do this in the strategy, because then at the end of the race, we can say, ah, David called it.
Yes.
And if not, then we just forget about it.
Well, it becomes easier for working with a teammate. We've seen Cube Controls Movano pull out a nice gap there, almost 1.2 seconds. So both their cars are out of any immediate danger. So if we're looking for a team that's going to try and push the boundaries of that limits you set, then keep an eye on those. I do notice Impulse and Door running very close to each other. Closer than I might suspect for looking after the Tyson.
Oh, that was very close as well. Gareth Mesham tapping the back of Abruzzi Colour Shock and drops down to 23rd position with that one. Came very close to taking for the few corners beforehand, but eventually ran too close. And there's a move from the 322. Good space being left.
Yeah, exactly one car width. Didn't quite get the move done.
But IFR seeming on the back foot in the early stages here.
Yeah, such a long way to go. Yeah, the Movano pair are really stretching their legs right now. GT3's keeping a nice sized train going. Only slightly broken up at P5, P6.
So we got some replays of the race start. It was the GTPs. And yeah, pretty much everyone on the even side of the grid. So I guess on the outside, I believe, got a really good launch.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone being very sensible there. Even the ones that are too wide, they're just really, yeah, just waiting for the track space to become available. LMP2 is a little bit more clustered up, but everyone got through fine.
Seeing live pictures as well. The GTPs getting past the GTDs already. But yeah, I think there was one spin, wasn't there, in the LMP2s?
I think it was no, it was just a lock, yeah. I think GT3s was the only one we saw in that corner. Hello, Leonard in chat. Nice move done here, shoot down the inside.
And yeah, here was the GTDs. And there was a lot of 2 wide, even 3 wide further back. But no changes in the top 3 positions.
Oh, Harris and Linus were trying to...
Oh dear, there has been an incident on live pictures. Driver almost beached on the curb there. That is... And Playing Ducks was the team who spun.
See what happened.
The GTDs are
Oh, 4 wide, yeah.
I mean, they're lucky that not more drivers spun.
Yoinks! That was a good avoidance. While we were watching that, there was an incident.
I think it was
track.
for Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport Jupiter, the GTP car.
Yeah, and I believe it nearly got beached.
Yeah.
But we'll try and grab you a replay of that. But we are. Wait, are we seeing GTPs passing GT3s already?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot how quickly it comes by.
Yeah, start exaggerates it a bit. But you can see
Oh, of course, yeah.
The LMP2s aren't that far back. It'll take a while to be caught.
So far, so good. So I wonder if that was what we saw with Harrison. I don't know if he'd actually made it to the point of GT3s, though, to be honest. Yeah. He can flash his lights always want, but a GT3 has to track out. It's physics. If we could just randomly hold the right-hand side, we would love to, but...
Oh, look at the move behind. I think that might be an overtake there.
Yeah, that was
Oh, and he's got through. Well, I mean, that's certainly a contender for move of the day, the Team Racing Black. And of course, we should make a note of these because the best overtake of the season does get a Leox Z Formula wheel rim worth £600 from our title sponsor, Abruzzi. Big thanks to them. And, well, that's an early contender. I think maybe after each round I'll say to the drivers, let us know any good overtakes you did. Clip them.
good luck with that. For a steering wheel, you're going to get a lot to go through. But yeah, that's multi-class 101, understanding the slower class. You can flash your lights, but like I said, the GT3 has to track out.
Yeah.
He can't not. There's no button or setting he has to not track out all the way. And the inside, hopefully the GT3 sees it. No, the GTP backed out there. This time he will.
Oh, this is going to be a big hold up here. This could be great for the driver third in this row. But they are going to go alongside. Team Racing Black
yeah, we could get a 3 wide. Position.
And they are almost making it. I think Team Racing are going to come out on top. Are they completely clear? Well, I think now they can use the Corvette slightly as well. And up to 7th position ahead of Zekarul Esports and RD Simsport. Because RD, who I think we saw in the Champion Motorsports, iracing. Oh, on the grass. And again, and now contact.
That's dead.
Well, they were really aggressive, that trio, and it was Archie Coveney. I'm not sure if it was his fault or not, but he was the one who lost out.
Yeah, we'll try and get a replay. But yeah, it's tough, right? Getting opportunistic in traffic is a great opportunity to pass, but the cars around you can also be very not predictable because you know, they're bound by what the GT3 does in front. And we saw that, like, it's easy to blame the GT3 for moving, but there was a car on the left and the right, and the GT3 just tried to be predictable, and then it shook everything up. Hello to everyone in chat. Hello, Matt, Chris, hello, mate, how you doing? Hey, Dennis, hey, Nicholas, Rasmus.
We're getting news of an Altcon train in LMP2. Lennart Schnabel has mentioned it.
Let me look.
Matthew Crisp. But I'm not seeing it, guys, honestly. Nicholas Rasmussen.
It's not.
Well.
It's a train of. It's not a train if it's 3 cars. It's only 3 cars.
Maybe it was 5 minutes ago
Yeah.
when they initially posted, but yeah, it's no longer a train. The train has derailed, and yeah, it's a bit more spread out now. Oh, there goes the send. RD, I think that might be. So here's the gain and loss, and you can see in the GTDs, I think there were a couple of changes for 4th down to 6th.
Look at that for Delachas, though.
And yeah, Delachas.
12th to 7th.
They were my picks for the title. Lucas Tailman, who recently won the GT4 Pro title in ARL Sports Cars. He's the man in that 318 car right now.
Lord Denham is asking about off-tracks. What is the off-track set to?
40.
Do you know, you are going to have to drive in one of your own series soon. I think we all want to see that.
Well, when I won 500 recently, I
Yeah.
got 0 instance. So.
What? On a turn left? Okay.
Yeah.
High downforce turn left.
Well,
okay.
I gained 1.5 safety rating either way. So
Brilliant.
that's
Are there stewards?
yes, like
Yes.
stewards. I won't exactly say who they are because I don't want them to get hate mail or anything, but they know what they're talking about. Let's just say that.
No, I mean 40x is okay. It's hard though here for sure. 3 hours. Let me work it out.
These LMP2s, of course, going through the GTDs now. Hasn't taken them too long to catch up. Might be a little bit tricky for the LMP2s to move through due to the fact that the pace difference is much smaller, as that was a slight lock-up there for one of the GTD cars. But still, currently Dawson leading that class. Cube Controls, Movano Blues leading the way here. Absolute desperately trying to keep tabs, but it's clear that they're just lacking that little bit of pace. And with no rain scheduled, and I really mean it, like 0% chance of rain, don't get your hopes up, guys. It will be a tough order for Absolute to really make any inroads on these top 2 teams.
So I just did quick math. If this was a IMSA race times 4, 4 IMSAs back to back, they would have 68x available. And this is a notoriously tricky track. Any
Sure.
comments, Sam?
No. Because sometimes in the 24-hour race at like Spa, you get 100.
You get 100, yeah.
So
yeah,
by
yeah.
that logic,
Yes, I agree.
it should only be what, like 15?
True. Okay, some more replays coming in. Oof. So that's what happened to the drop bed. That's where we saw the beaching. So it's actually him that got into the back, right? Yeah.
Yeah, just
And-
didn't anticipate the car had having to brake earlier for the GTTs.
So this was the RD Sim Sport. Let's see what happened. So no, RD didn't. RD were just a passenger, mate. Absolutely nothing they could do. They were on the right-hand side, minding their own, and then they just get turned into. I mean, the other car was avoiding the GTD, but at the end of the day, it's your job to not drive into another car.
And of course, if there are if there are any penalties, then they might pop up on our screen. But I will open the penalty sheet as well, just in case there's been.
So lots of questions coming in. I believe there's live stewards for every race. Yes.
Yep.
Can we have an award for the longest team name? I'm not sure. That's rather too long. Is there a chance of rain in future races? Yes, there is a chance. So every.
Oh no! Oh dearie me. That's Sebastian Schau off for Fiercely 4 Purple from P3, and that could well be a penalty for Delta Sport.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing again. Obviously, we need some context, like how was it just early because of traffic? But end of the day, looks like no damage though. Hopefully, there is one fast pair in the race. Nicely set up. So I'm just glancing up and down the fields. So Delta Sport in LMP2 up 2 positions. Alcantech NHR up 2 positions. Looks like the big losers in LMP2 is the Alpha Esports team of Jake, down 3. GTD has been very calm for positions moved. Lucas Talman, though, up 5, as we mentioned earlier. Orion Race Team up 7, and the big losers, which we're trying to find out what happened, Jürgen Rab, down 10 positions.
There has been one penalty in this race for Orbit DBM Jupiter. They hit Nürburgring Esports Carousel. I think that may have been the incident that we saw just a moment ago into Club. And yeah, they did get a penalty for it, and it was a drive-through penalty for Orbit DBM Jupiter. They were already last, but it caused them to drop even further back.
That gap up in the GTPs is looking very strong. The Movano boys have pulled out that 2.8 second lead over Absolute Motorsport Acelif. But then Absolute themselves are doing a fantastic job. They've opened up another, what, 3.5 second gap to Fast Repair Motorsport, who are yet to use their Fast Repair. Oh, that's a 1X. Hope you're counting, Sam. They're going to come after you when they're there.
No one has complained.
Yeah, they are right now. They're on 11X, thinking, wait.
Oh, Alcantech are up into P3. Well, just a moment ago, Lennart Schnabel in chat was saying Alt can attack, and that's what we're seeing right now, but it's not job done quite yet.
Well, nicely done.
Now they just about slot ahead. Again, that fantastic livery for Alcantech. Now ahead of Delta Sport, who've got a very nice livery themselves.
Yeah.
But Alcantech from, yeah, Alcan train to Alcan attack now. They're up into P3.
Yep, up 3 positions. And there we're seeing the penalty pop up.
There is the penalty. There it is, the incident involving both of those teams, and incident involving Nürburgring Esports and Orbit DBM Jupiter, and it's a drive-through for Orbit. Oh, look at that! Fiercely forward purple, they came out of nowhere, they're up to P4. Oh, I've already seen some brilliant moves, particularly around that part of the circuit.
That was a cool camera angle to witness it on as well, because we were completely unaware of this end. Yeah, they're gaggled up quite tightly.
Yeah, this goes back to Alpha Esports at the back of this one. Alpha even looking for an overtake.
Yeah, we know they're quick. They're down 3 positions.
Oh, and here comes another move for the 229. They're going to do well to not make contact there. But Delta Sport, yeah, really struggling at the moment. Don't know if they're racked with guilt or something after, I think, making contact with Fiercely Forward Purple before.
PJ in chat, the Lewis Ward fan club is a bit sad that the GOAT himself is not participating. He's going to come on air for questions later.
Oh, here comes a move. Great work again from these drivers not to make contact, but it's left them vulnerable, and Alpha Esports will go the long way round. Easy flat that corner. I think it's Village for these P2 17s. And he edges ahead, but he's not totally clear. And Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim return the favour, back up into P6 now.
Chat's mentioning about Delta Sport's damage on the front.
Well, Delta Sport, it might be worth them coming into the pits now, surely, because I think the teams, particularly the P2s, can afford one short stint. Like, it's basically going to be like 4 full stints and then one like 10-minute stint at the end. I feel like they could take their fast repair now and they wouldn't have to take an extra pit stop, but they probably know more than me.
Well, one thing with LMP2s, they're very fuel sensitive for speed. Like, low fuel just means it feels like a turbo button in these cars, so you'd miss out on a lot of that.
Here comes Jake Sherry for Alpha Esports trying it again, but he hasn't got the draft. Not that it really counts for much in the PT.
No. Not a whole lot.
Oh, he's wide. I thought he might be coming on it.
Oh,
okay. Well,
did come in.
they were listening. So, you know, guys, thank you for proving me right.
Well, you're not right yet. They just listen to you. Let's see.
Sure.
Oh. Yeah, so this is what happened to Jürgen Raab, the Malaysia racing. So that's why Delta Sport got the damage. Yeah, I mean, we're going to see a penalty coming for that. They were side by side, like with a GT3. So this was the move that got them position.
Yep, up into P3 this was for.
Yeah, very well crafted this. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's a drive-through penalty, but like it wasn't a racing incident. Oh, so this is the one we saw from cockpit cam. Yeah, very nicely done. Very committed.
Ah, that was another penalty for Delta Sports for that incident with 54 purple, and they have received a drive-through penalty for that. Oh, so maybe that's what they came in for.
Ah, right, of course.
I mean, did they stop?
Oh, yeah, good point.
I don't think they did, no.
No.
So I was wrong. But
that does make sense then that you were wrong. Now it feels right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
We were living in a fantasy.
Sam's saying box, 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 and they come in.
54 purple are moving up into P3, so really retaking that P3. And it's good that they seem to have suffered any damage from that incident earlier on. They're still very quick. And I think Tech will know that it's probably not best to fight with them. By the way, on Sunday we have got this combo again, the LMP2s at Silverstone for the Racing Unleashed Challenger series. And that will be on, I think it's 1800 GMT on Sunday. Will be a fun format as well. It's going to be a 3-lap sprint to decide the winner at the end of that event. Also, 2 pit stops in a 45-minute race. Should be manic. Do check it out on the channel. We're running aboard with Delta V Racing, Kevin Dorgay.
Cameras are looking good. Is this your work or?
It is.
Very nice.
Worked on these this week. Well, actually, no, the Caddy ones I did a while ago, but the Porsche and the Acura were new.
Ever since I did the broadcast from home, where I was doing the race postcard review from home, I have loads of these camera packs installed, so it's always nice when I stumble across one.
I did notice about the, I think it's the Acura, tiny visibility.
Yes.
Car.
Yeah.
It really is tiny. It's almost sort of the old LMP1 days when you'd have a tiny amount of screen or windshield, and it'd be covered mainly by your own steering wheel. So you'd have to turn that off.
I forgot how much traffic there's going to be. They're going to catch these GTs. It'll get to the point, because there's so many of them, that it will just be on a GT3 all the time once they get spread out.
Yeah. Well, a decent amount of spreading out so far, at least in the GTP category. Not too many bouts going on. Not many bouts going on in the LMP2s. It's mainly the GTPs which is going on. Norbert Leitner for Impulse Racing still leading the way ahead of Door Esports, but not by a long margin. And then this is a good pack. Four cars. Ooh. Blackout OPR, followed by Vortex Precision, and now, and I looked away for a moment, there was a very slow car. And that's going to be an even slower car. I think they're overheated the tyres, and Vortex have gone for a spin, and that's some recovery there. I think that was Abruzzi colour shock who had to slow down, and another not great rejoin.
No, I think he thought he was being smart by getting off the track, but he forgot that that's the racing line that he was driving towards. Yes, so. And then he didn't rejoin perpendicular to the track, he just went across it.
Delta Sport have come into the pits again, I think. So I think Delta Sport have now taken their repairs. So I think they were listening to me. I'm going to say that I was correct. Actually, are they in the pits? Oh, maybe they're not. My bad.
That would also make sense.
Yeah. No, okay, so.
Right, let's keep an eye on these positions. Yeah, so the Ace Lift guys are hanging on, maintaining position really, to the Movano crew. The first big gap is, I'd say, P8. 8 seconds off. Effect simulations, 4 seconds ahead. And then, yeah, P3, fiercely forward purple, are almost 7/10 off, 7 seconds off Delatraz. And then quite close behind that, all the way down to P8 to 17 off Team 11.
We've got an incident involving RD Simsport and Zeracool Esports.
Incident
And
is
it
that
is
like
a no further action. Slash racing.
I thought you were doing the whole Formula One thing, like announcing that there will be an announcement.
Oh, yeah. Noted. Under investigation.
Yeah, that would be
no
cool.
further action.
No. Announcing a pending announcement. I think they do that in Formula 1 just to stop people tweeting to say, oh, look into that, look into that, look into that. They're like, yeah, we're looking. Then we'll let you know.
But, yeah, and who knows how the system works.
Yeah.
Who knows? Because obviously the noted thing isn't even as though the stewards are looking at it. That's what under investigation means.
Yeah.
The noted means that someone to do with Formula 1 management has seen the crash.
On TV.
Yeah. So something might happen.
These pair have been running very closely. I noticed it at the beginning. I'm seeing it now. Absolutely nothing in them.
And of course, Door Esports will have the advantage when it comes to fuel as well when they come into the pits.
Yep.
Simify Esports only a second behind these guys as well. Simify were actually in the GTPs last season. They've gone to the GTDs this season. Change as well for P4.
Yes, Alcantech has been passed by Alpha Esports. Jake.
Yeah, so Alpha back to where they started. I think they lost 3 places on the start, but they're back to where they started now. But these 3 teams very close, and man, I mean, Fiercely Forward Purple already been hit at that corner, and they weren't too far away from being hit again.
Leonard said we got Alcon passed. Okay, that's actually good.
Well, I'm not sure how many of these Leonard can keep up, but I mean, so far tonight, we're half an hour into the season, and he's come up with about 10 of these Auckland things.
I mean, he's going to use Alcon finished or Alcon pitted. He's got some safe.
Well, there's one that comes to mind,
Alcon
but it's
spun.
a bit of a derogatory term towards Alcantech, so I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
But it has been used in the past by some of their rivals.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's in with the Alcon memes. By the way, of course, our title sponsors for this series are Abruzzi. And of course, Abruzzi were established back in 2018 and primarily starting out selling custom karting boots and gloves. But Abruzzi has since spread its roots to encompass all avenues of the sim, kart and motorsport industries, priding themselves on a fantastic customer service and building a reputation for next level customer support. Abruzzi are now leading stockists for suppliers of some of the world's top sim racing brands, including Moza, Simagic, Simforge and Next Level Racing, to name a few. From one extremity of FIA suits to boots, and on the other end of the scale, rig setups for sim racing, Abruzzi is the place you can find all you need and everything in between. So do check out Abruzzi-official.co.uk in order to check out some products. And of course, if you use the code APEXRACING15 off, you get 15% off all orders on gloves, boots and t-shirts.
You remembered all that at the top of your head?
Well, I was reading it out and I still stumbled over a bunch of
No, you did great. Stockist.
Yeah, they got lots of stock.
No, I gathered
stockists.
what it meant. That is a first time. It sounds wizardry.
Oh, that's often how people describe it's wizardry.
German Sim Racing Orange. Hashtag Orange. There we go. It's all about that hashtag that helps you win the livery award, even though
Well, have they actually got much orange on that car, though?
I don't know, but I'm already feeling it.
They were one of the first teams to register as well for German sim racing. They've got a bit of orange, got some accents on it.
Yep. No, I like this orange and black car. Look at that. Yeah, that's actually quite a nice car. Following very closely.
Yeah, one of the many battles going on in the GTDs. Certainly the closest class as it stands. They're behind Orion race team. Leonardo Dragotta in that car. One of the few Americans, I think the only American out on track at the moment. Actually, no, we do have a, well, United States of American. We do have the Chilean of Rodrigo Mies in 4th position as well in GTDs right now.
Just seen we've got a Brit leading in GTP and LMP2 at the moment.
Yeah.
So for that to be, oh, we need second to last to win the race. Orbit drop there. Second to last in GTD. It's a big ask for an all-British Silverstone 1-2, 1-1-1, yeah.
Well, as long as the British driver gets into that impulse racing car, then that's what counts, right?
Good point.
So,
good point. But no, like you mentioned earlier, I think Jonas Rutten, Door, sitting very pretty. But I do suspect Norbert is also fuel saving. That this front three are following very closely to each other. Gonzalo's doing a brilliant job, like you say, Simify Esports. These pack are just being smart. They're thinking very long. And that's why they've gapped the others by 4 odd seconds.
Don't want to call it too early, we're only half an hour into the season, but there's been so far 3 protests, which I think is really good. I've been involved in championships, I've stewarded championships in the past, and by this point we would have about 20 instances.
Yeah, I always just make them up. I'll be like, oh, team behind us are they're weaving, and then I'll submit something else, and then one of them will pass.
Sure.
No, I'm joking, I'd never do that. Never.
I hope I never have to steward a race that you're in.
Yeah, you have, I think. Oh no, you weren't steward of race them, and you've commentated a race I've been in.
Yeah. Well, I probably did the post-race stewarding as well, actually. But I can't remember you ever getting a penalty, to be fair.
No, I'm a 4.99 kind of guy, you know.
Yeah. Oh, here comes a move. This is for 4th position. Absolute Motorsport ace left ahead of fiercely forward Pink. Was that just an overtake, or was that a maintenance of the position? I think they were just maintaining. No, I think they have just overtaken. That was an overtake. So Absolute Motorsport ace up into 4th place. Of course, my picks for the title as well. So they are doing well, albeit 7 seconds off the lead. But moving in the right direction. Actually, maybe that wasn't a change because, yeah, top 6 still in the same order as how they started this race. But if you changed in the GTDs, which is half to be expected, it is a rule in this series that you have to start the race with the driver who set your fastest qualifying lap. So the qualifying times are representative of how fast each of these drivers are.
Yeah, for sure.
This battle renewing a bit in the GTPs. Tekiril Esports had a blackout OPR. Very evenly matched on the last lap.
It's been a very clean race. I think we've had, what, 2, 3 at most people that had a big drop. As I nearly cursed it.
Well, we've had some close moments, haven't we?
Yeah, for sure.
But not many crashes so far. Let's see.
You said Abruzzi's got an entry in this race, the Colour Shock team.
Yes, Andrew Mandel, who's another British hope to win this race. He is in the 391 car. There he is. And I'm liking that livery as well. The car, or the colour combo, and then that's... what finish is that? Is that a gloss finish?
Are we watching? So, oh, yeah, yeah. Well, no, it's a metallic finish.
That is a metallic, yeah. But it looks very good either way. And they are currently running in 17th position in that Mustang. On the few Mustangs, currently the leading Mustang actually, the only other one, Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports. currently in 21st position in class.
So let's run through the leaders. Marcus Hamilton leading in Cube Controls Movano Blue with a 3.6 second lead. And that leads over his teammate. So this is a very comfortable position he's sitting in right now because, yeah, the nearest actual threat to him outside of a team member is all the way, what is that, 8 seconds basically off? Yeah, 7, there it goes on the screen, 7.4. I didn't have to use mathematics, did I? I was looking down at the laptop.
Good to test yourself though occasionally, right?
And RD are in.
Yeah, a couple of teams are in RD and PS competition. I think they'd be able to go further on a tank or fuel than this, but maybe they're in traffic or...
What class is this? GTP.
I mean, they're going to have to make 4 stops either way. In order to make 3 stops, you have to make it to the 45-minute mark every stint. I don't think anyone is going to be able to do that in the prototype classes.
Were you taking 10% off in LMP2?
10% off in GTP, nothing in LMP2.
Ah, okay.
PS just crashed, according to Brian Voss. Thank you for mentioning that, Brian. We might get a replay of that at some point.
Okay, so let's talk about the lead in LMP2. Andrew Dawson, my pick for LMP2 by the team. Effect simulations, basically 6 seconds ahead, 18.2 off of third. As we're seeing a battle here for Alpha Esports, and oh no, it looks like Scuderia is in. I apologise. Okay, that's what the big change was. That's an early stop for an LMP2. If you haven't restricted the tanks, they should be going hell of a lot longer than that. But why run high fuel at the start if you don't need to? Because it takes longer to put in. Not sure. I'm not sure on that one. Maybe a bit of damage that they decide just to nip in the bud early.
Track will be getting cooler as well as the race goes on. I think the race starts at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so should be getting a bit cooler as the event progresses. So yeah, might be the toughest stint this for the tyres. Maybe that's why they're going a bit shorter.
And our lead in GTD is Norbert for Impulse Racing. This one's a very tight one, being followed by Jonas and Gonzalo, 0.7 and 1 second back respectively. It is a 3-way fight at the moment. I mean, Absolute Motorsport Ace are doing a great job, but they're 5 odd seconds off the gaggle of the 3 of them ahead. So I think after the pit stop phase, depending on the strategy they're pulling, we could see that gap slightly extend. But again, I don't think these 3 are necessarily fighting. They are hitting targets and almost working as a team. We're seeing a lot of damage on that GT3.
Yeah. That is bad.
Yeah, and he's defending like a lion, perhaps not knowing how bad his car is.
If it was dark, he'd be very familiar, but unfortunately no need for the headlights in these conditions. Good straight line speed though. Dylan's not exactly making up a whole lot of time. I still tried to launch it into Luffields. No, that's Brooklands, apologies. This one is Luffields. This is the battle for 14th position at the moment. Whilst we're seeing some of the prototypes pit, oh my goodness. I was wondering why he was going to the left there, but no, it made total sense. Yeah, whilst some of the prototypes are pitting around this time, the GTD should be able to go another 10-15 minutes. Drive-through penalty for Vortex Precision Racing. And it was for an incident on lap 12 at Luffields. It was the spin, I think. If you recall, there was someone who spun at Luffields and then they rejoined rather badly.
Oh, I thought it was the Lambo that spun on their own in isolation, but we didn't get to see. We cut to it, you know, as it was happening.
It is a drive-through penalty for them. So that's the 3rd penalty we've had so far tonight. Here's some replays. Oh dear. Oof. That was PS competition, and so that's why I didn't. And this is how GSR.
It looks like they lost it on their own.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Because the GT contact was after, right?
Oh man, look, there was another car who literally came into the pits.
Completely lost it on his own. Oh.
Oh, late decision from RD, it looked like. You were the other team who came into the pits on that lap. I don't know why they pitted, but...
Oh, effect is in. This is early.
Delachaz as well into the pits. I think everyone's going to follow them in. It's as far as the fuel goes at this Silverstone circuit.
But I suppose it is a long lap. Yep,
Yeah.
everyone's in. No, Alpha Esports have carried on.
Good effort there from Alpha. They were in traffic for a lot of that stint. They've just been able to make the extra lap.
So are we going to see Busby in? Or do we think the strat is hour and a half sort of each? Well, I mean, yeah, that's the call you should make. You shouldn't just swap driver over and over again. So I'm going to call it Andrew to stay in.
Well, I'm seeing no one change at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, like you're in a rhythm. Like you've barely driven. You've done 40 minutes.
Sure.
Ooh, leave space. Okay.
This is about for P3. Ah, I think there's been a mistake for Absolute Motorsport. They were comfortably in P3, but they lost. Well, they lost 1 second on the last lap. I think they're just slow. I think they're just slow, Andrea Cason. I wonder if he's wrecked those tyres. We do see this sometimes in the prototypes, particularly the GTPs, where the tyres can just really drop off. And I wonder if that's happened to Andrea here. Because I'm not seeing any bad sector times. It's just bad in all the sectors. Yeah.
You and Marshall and Kevin Stringer in for LMP2. Just looking at the pit stop times.
Short pit stop for Nikolai Pedersen for Delta Sport in P2.
No, that was lap 11 though, so I assume that was either that was a penalty. Or a stop and go, or a fast repair, or it was something. But I don't think it's necessarily short. I just don't think it was much fuel to put in. But yeah, it was 11 laps ago.
Well, they did take a drive-through as well, didn't they? That's not the drive-through, is it? I think they came to a stop. Here comes Jake Shuri, the last to pit. He did manage to get it round. Good effort there from Jake, but he is still basically on the same strategy as everyone else. He's just gone that 1 lap further. Not going to be able to do one less pit stop or anything.
So fiercely forward purple on Delta Sport here. They're going to want to get this done nice and quick because the Delta Sport team will be in soon-ish, I suppose. Lap 11. No, another 10 laps, but still, they're going to want to get them cleared. But the problem is, like I said, this is a very fuel-sensitive car, is the LMP2. So if the car in front of you's got 11 laps less fuel, yeah, it can be a bit of a rocket.
Lennart Schnabel in chat saying, I don't have to Alcon drive yet.
Very good.
We'll see you in the car soon. Jake Shuri back out onto track. He's going to be around those drivers, just behind those drivers, I think. Yeah, not too far behind though. You can certainly catch up to that AC4 purple car. Of course, Delta Sport, as you were explaining before, David, out of position due to that early pit stop.
Yeah, from Brian Vos, I should have worked this out. It makes sense this way round. The first stop was for the fast repair. The second was the drive-through. So that was when they pitted on 10 and 11. You were right, they did come in twice then.
Sure. Interesting that the GTPs have pretty much made the 45 minutes. So this should be possible on a 3-stop then. Providing that they don't pit on this lap. If they can go 1 lap further. Oh, whoa. Okay, it's going to be close then. Cube controls Movano Blue into the pits just before a 45-minute mark. The reason why 45 minutes is big is you can imagine, if you pit on 45 minutes, you can pit on an hour and a half. You can pit on 2 hours 15. And you can go to the end of the race. And you can get to the end of the race.
You can go
stops.
a pinch longer on the next stints because they haven't got to do the out lap. A pinch.
Sure.
Not the out lap. I know it's short, but still, it's fuel.
I remember the Acuras have got 2% less fuel than the other cars, which might make a small difference. But as we've got a replay of the Cason move, who has now come into the pits as well. Whoa. Oh, wow. What? Was that GTD just driving normal, or...?
Yeah, he was, yeah. I think they just... GTPs are up to speed. Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean...
No.
I don't know what he was doing. I mean, what I would say is that he'd already lost time in the couple of laps before this at Andrea, so he was being caught anyway.
Yeah, I think it's one of these things I've described. I think he was trying to be nice. He was trying to get over to the right, stay out the way and let them by. But like I've said over and over and over again.
Oh, he's going to come out into... Oh, well, Marcus will be delighted he didn't get stuck behind the GTD there.
100%. That would have been really frustrating.
He's into some clean air, actually, on fresh tyres. Not sure if he'll keep the lead, though, because his teammates, Cube Control's Movano Red, managed to go the extra lap.
He come out on the 45 mark, so yeah.
Yeah, maybe the 3 stop's still possible for those.
Told you, if you challenge them.
Yeah.
You took 10% out of the car and bopped it.
Yeah.
Don't challenge them. Don't say things like on the commentary they can't, because they hear that and be like, "You what, Sam? All right, what's the fuel number? I'll do that then." All right, Movano Red are in.
Another great livery, that, actually. I haven't seen it from the back so far, but it is a very good livery.
Is it eligible after the tweet? Because there's been some confusion.
What was the tweet say?
Movano.
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah.
It's going to have to be invested. It's been noted.
We would give it to you, but unfortunately your team didn't exist anymore, so...
Yeah.
So Cube Control's blue were 44.7 stationary. A few different lengths actually of stationary pit stops. Archie Coveney for RD was only 38 seconds.
Yeah, it was
going
5 laps early though, so I think he just hit max fuel limit. I think,
sure.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, I don't know why ID came into the pits. We saw them. It was sort of in the wake of another incident going on, and he seemed to really commit late to the pit entry. If anyone
Maybe
from
damage.
RD are around, please let
I'm
us
not
know.
sure, yeah.
But yeah, maybe damage. Oh, there's a bit of bodywork as well on the front straight.
Okay, so here we go. Whoa, this is a real... they almost exactly the same pit stop time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Blue have got this though.
Blue ahead, but if they are going to go for the three stop, then they are going to have to save some fuel in comparison to the red.
Well, remember, there is that stationary time. They did come out of the pits on the 45 mark. And now they can go a little bit longer just with the fuel number they were hitting because there was no small outlap. So yeah, it's tight, but...
Chaz. Automotive by PC Design. These guys already pitted. They have Pierre Ubitu is in that car. I think they changed teams. I think Tillman was in that car at the start, so they have gone against the grain slightly. Maybe Tillman, I don't know, had to go to the toilet or something, I don't know, but they pitted early and they changed driver, which is a bit suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, some teams will do it for sure, keep them rested, but I always just feel if your driver's in the rhythm and everything's feeling good, then doubling's always a good shout in short endurance.
Blackout OPR GTP are into the pits? Have they towed? I don't think they were leading before. I think they've only gone to the top now because they towed, maybe. No, there they are. They just didn't pit. Sorry, guys.
What, they went 2 laps longer or they were really far behind? 1 lap longer, really far behind is my assumption.
They're 2 laps longer than some of the teams. I mean, I don't know how they've done that. And they were leading as well.
Well...
Stop the count.
Not leading. Are they changing driver? Because their car's been disappeared for a while.
Yes, Jake Edwards is now in that car. An Australian. So we're now about 5 minutes away from most of the GTDs coming into the pits, but the prototype pit stops complete for now. Expect them to be returning in about half an hour. Post-race 5-second penalty. And that is for Vortex Precision... No, it's not. It's for Alpha Esports. Interesting. The 207 enters too narrow and slightly misses the apex, running wide into the GT3 on his left, causing contact and forcing him to an off-track, losing a position. So they've basically forced a GT3 car off, fiercely forward pink, they forced off, at Maggots and Beckett's. And they're going to have a 5-second post-race penalty. Wasn't enough for a drive-through. Drive-through was deemed to be too harsh, but we will need to take that into consideration. 5 seconds added to their time after the race.
The pit stop from Blackout OPR GTP of Jake Edwards was Very slow. Slowest pit stop of GTPs. So I saw the car was disappeared a little too long.
But maybe that was just the tank being absolutely like empty, like a void. Whereas everyone else maybe had a little bit of fuel. Just
Yeah,
like
but still, 3.5 seconds. It seems a lot, is all. But yeah, you could well be right. Could be a mixture of everything. No fuel saving, poor entry, woof, and yeah, a very dry tank. Yeah, lap 27 they went to. I mean, they've done. It is the Porsche. It's probably it is a very fuel efficient car. Well, obviously the Acura as well, but you opted it very wisely.
By the way, I didn't just pick those numbers out of nowhere. I got the man who knows the most about GTPs that I know, your friend of mine, Owen Carroll. So he let me know about that bop. So,
What did he say? One of everything. That was what he said, yeah? Take fuel, engine power, and add weight.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Still, these top three in the GTDs, nose to tail, 1.1 seconds separating the three of them. It ebbs and flows based on the traffic. But you got to back probably Door Esports here to maybe come out on top. I think Simify, of course, are in a good position as well, but they were slightly behind. They were slightly behind earlier on in the stint, so I'm not sure if they've been getting the tow for the entire stint. But still, saving a lot of fuel.
Yeah, agreed. All right, so replays coming in.
This might tell us what happened to Alpha. Oh, he did move up line. He had the space, but he just misjudged it. Missed the apex, and usually that's not too bad, but yeah, he really missed it. You won't be all over that curb.
And what, they lost the position. Yeah.
Robin Glaren, great to see you around, Robin. Former Apex Racing League driver. Remind me, Robin, what series was it? Was it GT3 Trophy or was it the GTE Championship? I'm not quite sure. Effect Simulations Domination. And he's put a fire or an explosion emoji. And they are doing well.
I like that. You've said fire explosion. Incident. Is this the one noted from... Oh, it's Absolute Acelif. And...
Vortex.
Oh, no further action.
Yeah.
It has been noted.
Number 44, outing of pit lane, blocked in the mid of the corner.
Oh, we saw that. Oh, that's what the GT3 was doing slow.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, that explains it.
So was the GTP complaining that the GTP doesn't have good enough acceleration, basically? Like, they were trying to get out of the pit lane, and then the GTPs came along and had to take some evasive action.
Oh, Robin won the endurance last season in LMP2.
Ah, that's the one, Robin.
That's the one.
And of course you've done prototype in the past, haven't you? Alongside Daniel Kraft. You guys won the Teams Championship season 5, I want to say. Yeah, that was epic in the P2s last season. They won it on a... this might be a move. Not quite.
Yeah, I think it got cleared. Yeah, the orange car got cleared.
Yeah.
Better colour, to be honest.
Giving that 1 horsepower extra. Yeah, it was fantastic how Pearson's won it last season. They managed to pull off a move through the S's at Road Atlanta, basically to win the championship with 15 minutes to go. On Walk Racing. Shame to see Walk not out there this season. And shame to see Pearson's not out there either, actually. Hopefully we'll see them back, albeit... Actually, no...
Pure Sims isn't a thing anymore.
It's WSR, and
yeah.
WSR are in this, so I was being thick.
Yeah, I think it's all the same guys. They just... Yeah. Oh, are we seeing our first... Yeah, GTDs are finally coming in. We've got 4 in. Blackout OPR, the 2 Instinct racing teams, Delta Velocity 5... Team Red X Simsport. They never came back to us what it was, so I'm just going to call them Velocity 5.
Oh, I forgot now. That wasn't actually the real name,
no.
was it? That's just a guess. Come on, Delta B. You got enough. Drivers. Should be tuning into the broadcast, guys. By the way, everyone who is tuning into the broadcast, do keep tuned for as much of the broadcast as you can, because we will be giving you a chance So giveaway a little bit later on.
Looks like 28s are good, 31s are poor. We've got two 31s, quite a few 28 seconds in the pits, 129. So we're probably expecting the Norberts and the Jonases, let's say a higher 25. I don't know. Completely making it up. These three are really tucking up close, ready for the pit stop phase.
Can any of them go the extra lap? They are all in.
My money's on Dor to come out ahead.
I think Dor will come out on top, yeah. I think Impulse will stay ahead of Simi5, but to be honest, as long as they're still a trio, it shouldn't make too much difference.
Hey Shaya in chat, hope you're well. I recognise your alias photo.
Yeah, Shay, will you be back for ARA Porsche Cup? We're going to be announcing it in the next couple of days. So, do check out. Oh, here comes a move. Not quite. Absolute Motorsport having to get on the curb. Thank you to Stefan, by the way, for subscribing. You've just been driving for most of the stint, and you've jumped out and subscribed to the channel, so much appreciated.
What a
Stefan.
legend. Right, 25.5 for Simify. Wait, they've gone a lot quicker.
They went for the short stint, so they can afford one short stint, and they're going to take it early.
No, something is wrong. Impulse and Dor.
No, I think that's normal for them.
No, they're 10 seconds longer than everyone. Unless there's something wrong with every other team. 28, 28, 28, 9,
no, I
28.
think it's just a variation. You see that some of the teams further down the order. A full tank is 38, 37. But yeah, you need to do one short stint as well, and a lot of the teams have taken that up.
Okay. Interesting.
They need to make sure that they get to the 1 hour 20 mark. So you can take potentially as little as 20 minutes of fuel if you so wish.
Just trying to think. So in the cooler temps, lower fuel, I'm not sure. Well, let's see. Simify have given themselves a... Simify and Absolute Motorsport Acelif have given themselves a... Well, not a lot. Absolute Motorsport are already being hunted by Norbert and Paul. Oh, they've actually swapped. Paul Lang's in the car.
Oh, yes, yep.
Norbert's remained. Yeah, let's see what Simify can manage then. But yeah, Absolute Motorsport Acelif are going to be hunted right now.
So... I mean, this is going to be confusing now for people just tuning in because, yeah, that GTD order is not very reflective. But what you should do is open up the live timing, and then you can look at the pit stop times for all the drivers out on track, and then you can figure out who's got more fuel, who's got less fuel, and what the real pecking order is in the race.
Shaya saying, what do you think about the new Movano look? I made it. Well, we've complimented it, so good job. Very good job. All right, some replays coming in.
Yeah, is it?
Oh.
Oh, he didn't want to come in?
No, he didn't.
I mean, so in the defense of the Porsche, there was a GTP on his right, so he couldn't go any earlier to the pit entry.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Porsche did nothing wrong. But Mark, I'm shocked you didn't get a penalty for that. Like, not a steward penalty. I mean, a penalty as in an iRacing one.
Although, well, do you ever get penalties for that?
A dangerous pit entry, yeah.
But he didn't come into the pits.
No, but he crossed the line. Like at Brands Hatch or loads of tracks, if you cross the line and then cross back, you'll get a penalty.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, Brands Hatch, Red Bull Ring, all these sort of tracks. If you even put a tyre over that white line on the way in, like way far back, it's a penalty. If they did the same thing at Watkins Glen, you would have to actually enter the last corner on the right. That's how strict it is. Brands Hatch, because not many people drive like competitive.
But like you're talking about the reverse. You're talking about if they came into the pits. And he didn't come into the pits.
He was on the pit line. He was inside the pits and left, right? So he crossed the line, I think. I think in reverse it still works, yeah.
Sure, okay.
I think it's classed as dangerous pit, whatever.
Simon Kulatz, we got lucky there. Simon, I'm not entirely familiar with what your team is, so you let us know who you are referring to.
I assume he was the Porsche team.
Maybe he was.
that nearly got destroyed. I mean, there's neither team did anything wrong. It just, yeah, I mean, the GTP went to go around the outside, the Porsche went to pit.
Have we had a change for the GTP lead? Cube Control's Movano Reds are now ahead of Cube Control's Movano Blue.
Huh. Oh,
half a second faster on the last lap.
So, just throwing an idea out here. I haven't seen what happened, but it could be that Blue are a little bit apprehensive about the extra lap situation, like being so tight. So perhaps they just want to follow and save that extra lap. But again, I am just completely pulling that out the air.
Faster pair aren't too far behind now, are they? Faster pair have been catching up to these guys. They're only 6 seconds behind. They were 11 seconds behind earlier on in the race. And so too have Nürburgring Esports Carousel as well. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on in the GTPs because it really looked like Cube Controls were dominant in the early stages. But
oh, Simon Savannah Blue. Okay, no, they got to slow down. So they had swap positions. Hopefully you're fine on fuel, Simon, because obviously I see Faster Pair and Nürburg both managed the 26. I'm sure you'll make it to the end, though, of just 3 stops. 3, right? 1,
3, yeah.
3, yeah. Okay, so I pulled it out the air, but it didn't make sense. It sounded good.
Oh, but it did make sense, didn't it?
No, well, it made sense. It was just wrong. They got to slow down. They're avoiding traffic. Does Faster Pair get a penalty if they don't take a Faster Pair? Because it's misleading advertising. Because like if you use misleading advertising in an official, you can get in trouble. So.
Yeah.
It's been noted.
Yeah, it's been noticed. Oh, Lord Denham subscribes. Thank you. But no, it's up to the stewards, really. It's not down to me. If the stewards feel like it's worth a penalty, it's worth a penalty.
George Gibbs Jr. in chat. Hello, gentlemen. It's been a while since I last checked in, but I am so a big fan of Apex Racing broadcasts. Oh, thank you very much, George.
Thank you to Aaron Mack as well, another subscriber. Can we get to 20k subscribers
1 million
by the end?
Oh,
of this?
I was thinking bigger.
We had that for one of the rounds last year, actually.
What, 1 million subs?
Well, yeah, and then unfortunately, we had that controversy, didn't we?
Yes.
We lost 99%. No, I think it was 15k we were trying to get to. Oh, this could be a move. Or the blue car.
Yeah, but it'd be executed well. Their teammates.
Yeah. So they move back into the lead. So, yep, they... Well, you can't say right now the red car is leading this race. They went 1 lap further in their first pit stop. They got a little bit more
Dude,
fuel.
they just got the radio message. Mavano Red, Marcus is faster than you. Copy to understand.
Well, I think he got held up by the freighter type, no? By the GT, sorry.
Yes.
I must say, if Mavano win the best team livery, I'll be... if the red car gets the best team livery and gets the prize, I'd be really annoyed as part of the blue team. Because it's basically the same livery, but just with a different colour. But that might be what it comes down to for the best livery. Of course, prizes offered by Abruzzi, our title sponsor.
There's prizes for quite a lot. Best overtake, best save, best livery, winning each class, and...
Well, shall we do the competition now? So for every round of the championship, someone, a lucky viewer, gets a pair of full custom gloves, short or long, to someone who watches the broadcast. And the way we're going to do this for round 1 is going to be, we're basically going to ask you to type in a certain word into the YouTube chat, and you're going to have a couple of minutes basically to post it in. So, that's getting very messy on stream, trying to take us away from the competition. RD Simsport going off the circuit. But I am going to put in to chat, start competition, and anyone who's watching now, you've got 2 minutes basically to put in the word Abruzzi into the YouTube chat.
Does it have to be spelled correctly?
It has to be spelled correctly. That is Abruzzi. And if you do that, then you will get...
Have a chance of winning... Or does everyone get one? Is that how you word it? Sorry?
Not everyone.
Oh,
You'll have a chance. You'll be put into the ballot, basically, for a free set of gloves. So everyone who's watching along, please type in Abruzzi into chat, and you could be a very lucky person.
If I grab my phone and do it, what happens? Am I in trouble? I am technically a viewer.
Well, I mean, try it.
No, I'm
But
not gonna, because they'll riot if I win the clubs. Wow, seeing everyone who's actually watching. Hey, Tom Mouse here. Hello, mate.
Got another 90 seconds, people.
Cool. Chat's off the hook.
I mean, this is a lot of people. This is awesome. PJ.
Yeah.
PJ, I'll just give it to the first person who typed it. PJ, you weren't the first person who typed it, so I don't know why you're saying that. You've got a better odds on that not being the case, PJ.
Yeah.
Daniel, oh, there you go. Daniel Yeaman didn't initially put in Abruzzi, but he has now. You got a minute more, people. But I'm very pleased that so many people are doing this. And of course, make sure to tune in for the future rounds as well, because if you do, we'll keep on doing this, and a set of gloves will be available for each round of the championship. So even if you don't win this time, you might win next time. Uh, 27 more seconds, by the way, people. As we're running ball with Instinct Racing, chasing down Chaz Automotive by PC Designs.
And we've crossed the hour mark, by the way, to anyone watching the clock.
Yep.
Hour 53 and 20 seconds to go. Quick math.
Okay, 2-1. Competition ends. It's over. Oh, I did have an alarm going. I think that may have come through.
So how's it work now? The person that DMs me the highest bid gets it?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
So you'll next see on the screen our PayPal details, and just send through as much as you like through that, and we'll let you know. Kevin Muller. This is the closest battle. This is pretty much the only battle going out on circuit right now. Instinct Racing behind Delatraz Automotive by PC Designs. Delatraz, they were stronger earlier on. Then they had an early pit stop. And now, Pierre Ubithu, not particularly confident. Not as confident as teammate Lucas Telman was earlier on in the race. So Ubithu landing in P7 right now. But at threats of dropping down. And also Firebird, Joan Rodriguez, also catching up to these guys. Nicholas Rasmussen, my current gloves are so worn that my fingers are sticking out, so I would not mind winning a new pair. Well, Nicholas, do you use the discount code that we have, to be fair, as well?
Wait, discount code? He's hoping he wins, mate.
Well, no,
yeah, he's hoping he wins. There's no discount code for that, mate.
We'll get 2 pairs then, because clearly we wear through them quickly. Apex Racing 15 off is the discount code you need to use, so do check it out. Still, Ubithu is holding on. Well, I think this lap is a little bit stronger for Ubithu, but yeah, like I said, he's now 16 seconds off. Bit of a chasm between 6th and 7th position right now. But of course, with the pit stops being a little bit different in terms of the pit stop times, don't necessarily take those GTD standings for granted. They could well change at the next pit stop.
Oh, it's much quieter on stream now with the not following the loud cars. This sounds much calmer. We're following Nürburgring esports. Esports?
Esports.
Esports. It's not how you spell carousel, right? It does begin with a C, right?
Not in German.
Oh, that makes sense.
Another penalty coming in.
No further action.
Oh, no further action.
Come on, you taught me this. Like, if only
Sorry.
20 minutes ago, you taught me.
I just see it at the top there, and I'm like, oh, penalty, oh, and that could be a move. 3 classes. That's cool. Oh, actually, that could be a move, though, because that's the effect simulations car coming very close. Oh, I think they were just putting a lap, actually, on the Delatraz car.
VPR powered Autocumulus. I could have just ended earlier. They're in the pits. It looks like for a full stop.
Well, you can get to the end of the race. Oh,
In the hour 10. No.
No, not in the LMP2s. No, that's not too bad. No, they're fine. They're fine. Because even the furthest like P2s will only go another 10 minutes. Because they don't have very big fuel tanks. By the way, sorry, that incident was RD Simsport and Cherokee Motorsport GTP.
We saw RD off the track.
So it was for an incident at Brooklands, making contact with the 158 mid-corner. I think we did see that one live. Apologies, that's the next incident that's being looked at. This one was involving, again, Cherokee Motorsport GTP and Orbit DBM Mars. Clear gap between the cars. And, yeah, so basically netcode being ruled on that one. Fortunately, we haven't seen too much netcode today. It has been an issue on iRacing. Seemingly a growing issue over the past couple of years. So unfortunately, it has not been too much of an issue today, apart from that one incident. Nürburgring Esports Castle. Oh! Whoa! I was looking away. What happened?
LMP passing a GT, and it all happened so quickly. I'm not sure who moved into who, but GT3 dead.
It was IFR Esports, Casper Kern Christensen, already with a little bit of a tricky day already for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll look at the replay. I don't know. It all happened rather quick. They went side by side.
Spinning on top.
Yeah, he's just got no downforce.
Still going to try to get it back.
So yeah, I'm not sure. My instincts tell me, from what I saw for 1 second, was the GT, but I don't know. It happened so quick. As watching Paul, he is. They're still behind Absolute Acelift. And wait, Impulse. Paul has got ahead of Norbert. I mean, they're running very close to each other, but they're 4 seconds back from Absolute. So something happened with the two of them. Because they came out the pits, what was it, 1 second back from Absolute, and then 10 seconds ahead was Simify. Whereas Simify are now 15 seconds ahead, and Paul and Norbert are 5 seconds back, so it's been all change.
I wonder if we could get the fancy graphic that I like, which shows the gaps over time.
Oh yeah.
And,
I thought you wanted the stupid AWS.
All it takes is an AW. The gap between Simify Esports, preferably Simify Esports and Door Esports, first and third in the GTTs, because this is the real fight that's going on. Simify, Door, and Impulse, Absolute sort of in it, but they have a bit of catching up to do. But that is how the gap has changed, and it has gone up, yeah, from 14.6 to 19.7.
Yeah, I thought so.
And they are on lower fuel, Simify. Maybe don't need to save the tyres as much, but I mean, that's not 5 seconds worth. And it's a consistent pace advantage as well. It's not just a couple of laps of traffic.
Very strange, yeah, because you think Impulse and Door had this in the bag at one point. Well, they were being very closely followed by Simify. But Simify and Absolute Acelift took the shorter fuel, come out ahead, but they've extended those gaps. And then also, Door has got ahead of Impulse into the pit. So, yeah, first is fourth, second is third. So it's all reversed right now.
Something happened to Absolute Motorsport Acelift GTP. This might explain something. Oh, okay. Wait, what?
Wow. So this was the de facto leader at one point before the pit stop. Okay, so this is that slowdown, I assume. Oh, no. Oh, this is how they got back ahead. Sorry, this is how blue got back ahead of red. Okay. This is...
I think that was the net code, maybe.
Yeah, that's just what they call glue. So, yeah, he can't turn. Yeah. So if this was the door-to-door, I saw... Yes.
Oh, you know what? The GTP maybe came and got a bit. I mean, I don't think Casper's helping himself up.
No, I mean, the GT3 was all over the shop. Like he's... Yeah. No.
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 Yeah.
The GT3's gone from far left with three LMPs on him to the far right. Now, maybe in isolation it might have been different. Like, yeah, he moved, the LMP also moved, but why would you go from the far side of the track to the other side of the track with three approaching? Let's say, in isolation, for the one car getting by, it wasn't so bad at all. I mean, in terms of the entire straight, it was...
So Impulse have just got past Door for P3. Could we have the... I'm going to ask for this graphic a lot now. Could we have the gap difference between Impulse and Door so far in this stint? Or over the last few laps? Because I'm amazed that... So Impulse spun.
Yeah, I thought that as well. How are they so close to Door? Yeah.
So they spun a while back. I think it was before lap 31 because you can see how they just gained back the time. So I guess Door are quite slow at the moment, aren't they? I don't really know why, but there you can see they were half a second ahead, and now they...
I can give some insider information if you want to the driver in the car. This is practically his first time. Yes, Paul Lang. Practically his first time ever driving this track. Serious.
Who was in the car in the first stint?
No, it wasn't Paul.
Okay, that explains it then. Jonas Gutson was there.
Yeah.
Okay, so Paul's just not very quick today.
Paul is quick. I'm just giving some insider information.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is that he's only 1.5 seconds lap faster than me. I mean, normally be 2 seconds.
Abruzzi, what? Alan, yeah, you missed the Abruzzi competition. There'll be one next race, right?
Next race,
Yep.
and all the other races.
And Hafen, they probably underfuel. Yes, correct. Simify and Absolute Motorsport Ace-Lift did underfuel because, yeah, you need one short stint at some point in the race, so they just served it early.
How does your talk to us? Let's go Absolute Motorsport. Good to see you around. Will you be taking part in Aero Porsche Cup? That'll be announced in the next few days. Will you have taken part? I think you're a Formula Pro-Am champion, I think. By Cor Howless. It'd be great to see you back.
Yeah, I was speaking to Paul today, and yeah, he's barely ever driven the track. He's not even sure if he's done an official on this track.
So we're going to randomly draw one of the viewers who types in the Abruzzi thing earlier on. So everyone's got an entry. There's 26 entries, and so one of you is going to win. So we're going to generate the number, and we'll let you know who that corresponds to. It is number 9. So who is number 9? And you might well be winning a pair of blocks, thanks to our sponsors, Abruzzi.
What do you mean you might?
It's a name we know, which is good. It is Paul Busby, who has won a pair of Abruzzi gloves. Congratulations, Paul. We will be in contact with you. Or if you come home winless this season, Paul, which right now is looking unlikely because your team are winning this race. You might even be preparing to jump in the car fairly soon, in fact. But you will be... Oh, and he's in chat saying woohoo. Well done, Paul.
Congrats, Paul. Oh, that was tight. Well executed.
So I think we can say that Paul is not eligible for the remaining prizes, I think. So someone new will win that next time. Do tune in for the broadcast. Dominic Hamader, we're watching. I think another late driver to sign up to their series, but again, glad to have him around. Currently running in P11. This is one of the closer battles on track. They're just behind Delta 5 Racing number 1 and just ahead of German Sim Racing Orange.
Alcon rigged, yeah.
Alcon rigged from Wendy Crisp. Yeah, better luck next time, guys. Lone Star Von Nice. Only 4 off. Well, that's a very positive mindset, Lone Star. Paul Busby revealing that he'll be in the car for the last hour. So Paul not getting in for a while. By the way, there are a fair share of rules, obviously, in this series. It's a lot stricter than the iRacing fair share. I think it's a single driver can't complete more than 75% of a team's laps. So basically, in the LMP2s, you've got to do at least 2 stints, or 1.5 stints. Otherwise, you will be penalised.
Now I'll just check the iRacing rule, really. So
do 5 laps.
Yeah, it'll be something.
I mean, it's
like
not
that.
even that, maybe.
So 3 hours. If you got two, let's say you got a team of 2, which is, I assume, the most popular. 3 divided by 2 divided by 5.3. So a third of an hour. I should have done minutes.
So like 18 minutes.
Yeah, let me do that again. I hate the way. Okay, let's do this again.
You wish the French had introduced the decimal minute.
30 minutes.
30 minutes. Oh, okay.
That's the
longer
iRacing
than I
fair
thought.
share.
I
It
think
is 4, not 5, isn't it? I think the last number. Yeah, it's both. Can't remember. Yeah, it's by 4.
so. Effect, Delachaz, and Fiercely Forward all into the pits exactly when we thought they would do. 40 minutes into the race, and they will continue driving until the 2-hour mark. Again, we're not really expecting anyone to change car.
Or a stop and hold penalty, instant avoiding the. God, that font's small for me. WPR powered.
By Autocumulus.
Tech, yeah.
I'll read the report. Keeps turning in on us, and a GTP car number 11. Okay, so that was the.
Wait, you was reading the protest.
That was the. No, that was. Oh, was I?
You must have been.
Sorry. 5 seconds stop and hold. So by the way, that's like more than that. That's a drive-through plus 5 seconds, basically. 717 keeps turning right onto oncoming traffic, not trying to avoid the oncoming cars.
That was the GT3 I mentioned.
That was Kern, yeah, Casper Kern.
Yeah, see, this is my problem. Like I said, it's tough in isolation. Maybe it was okay, but you can't work like that. It was a really, really dangerous move. I have no idea. 4 prototypes bearing down you, and you just shift lanes. This is it again. Where are you going, dude? And then he finishes it off. So yeah, I see it completely different now. It is a shame. We hate to see it, but it's a multi-class race. You cannot drive like that. You've got to be predictable. And if the penalty notes that he keeps doing it, then yeah, you cannot just race your lines. That's not.
Oh, that's generous from the GT3 there.
Yeah. Well, smart.
Oh.
Ooh.
Ah.
I don't think he meant it. The way he reacted back, he was like, what the hell? So we don't mind a teeny bit of door banging as long as there's no intent. Nicely done. Another off track. We're going to see some anti-Sam protests with 20 minutes left to go. But every team's 1 away from an off track, and then they dodge a GT3, drive through.
All the teams like just grid up on the start-finish straight and be like,
yeah,
you know what?
No,
Yeah,
they're gonna. No team's gonna cross the finish. They're all gonna stop just for the finish line and protest until you fix your off-track limits.
Yeah. I think for this round it's quite harsh. I think for the future rounds, I think.
No, I mean I like it. It's your theme, right? It's what you do.
Sure.
You have no respect for how many objects you think it will be.
It's so nice as someone who doesn't drive much on iRacing, where I can just be like, well, I can just be really out of touch and just go, oh, well, you know, 39 times is enough, guys. Like, be quiet. Knowing full well that, yeah, I would not stand a chance.
Yeah, I'd say a single class here is average probably, say, 7 every 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Multi-class, you're getting close to 10. So, yeah. It's 4 45-minute races. Yeah, so it's not otherworldly, but it's tough. The problem is dodging DT3. Like for faster classes, getting out of the way of traffic. To stay alive is easier just to take the off track.
Out in the lead of the GTPs, Cube Controls Movano Blue, leading by 1.3 seconds. They actually lost 8/10 on that last lap, but it's just the way that the traffic goes that you can lose or gain that amount of time. But it does generally balance itself out. Fast Repair Motorsport GTP early on in this second stint were catching up to these guys, but they're not really anymore. The gap's gone back up to 12 seconds. Team Racing Black doing very well, up in 4th position. That's Nürburgring Esports. And there was an issue earlier on for Absolute Motorsport Acelith, my picks for the championship. And they are way back now. LMP2 leader into the pits, and Cyril Zambra, who gets into the car for Alpha Esports. And Effect Simulations move back into the lead because of that. I'm trying to remember where Alpha were before. Wonder if they were, I think they were behind these guys. Delachaz Automotive by Major's Garage. And yeah, these guys will move on past. Full tank of fuel for Alpha Esports. They're not taking their short stint yet. Oh, and that's a send. They got it stopped.
PS competition. In.
Yep. Anthony Benand. On the Porsche Cup drivers, if I recall correctly.
SCCR Sim Sports in LMP2 also in this lap, or in now. We're due out right now. We're pulling out.
Lord Denham, who subscribed earlier on. Effect gained so much time in the pits. 5 seconds last pit stop. They didn't. I think that's since the last pit stop.
Yes, since the last pit stop.
Because yeah, captain up to 17 seconds.
During the pit stop, they were 8. I can't work out my brain right now. 1.2 seconds quicker than most teams in the pit stop phase. But yeah, they have done a brilliant job since, for sure.
Absolute Motorsport Acelith, they did not take a whole lot of fuel in their first pit stop. But I think they've had a decent stint there with the issues for impulse spinning and door generally struggling with Paul Lang.
Absolute Motorsport Acelith GTD are in. This is early for GT3, right? Very...
but they took less fuel.
Right.
So that they've done their short stint now.
Okay, and... Oh, I've just seen who's getting in the car. It's Delaval. He's very quick.
Very quick. A bit of a reputation for finishing 2nd or 3rd, Delaval. I think back in GT3 Trophy, I think he won 1 race in the end. May have won at Aragon. Came in the top 5 pretty much every race that season. I think a top 5 is safe for that team. I think it's a podium, which they'd really like. Cube Controls Movano Blue into the pits. Now that's early. That is before 1 hour 28. So by my reckoning, they are not going to be... Well, they're going to have to do a lot of fuel saving to get to the end of the race from here.
Yeah, because Red won't be in for 2 laps.
Or maybe 1 lap.
No, 2. Otherwise, I'd have said 1.
Why do you think they'll go 2 more?
Because if you go 1 lap longer than someone, the next time you go 1 lap longer than them, it's 2.
No, but I don't think they've necessarily saved another lap of fuel in this.
Well, it's easier this stint because you don't have the outlap.
Well, you say that, but the blue car went shorter in this stint than they did in the first stint.
You think?
Yeah, the first stint they nearly made they were like 44 minutes. This time, I don't know, maybe it's 44 and 44. Maybe it's the same.
We'll see.
Alan Leith summarising it, interesting these pit tactics.
Yes, for sure. I found it interesting. 2 of the teams short fueling. To be honest, now obviously we know the other teams when they do their short will be quick, but I think me and Sam were both impressed how quick they were. So for their point, they did the strat and they executed it very well. Now let's hope for their sake that they can keep up consistency, and then when Door and Impulse get their chance on the short fuel, that they'll be as quick. Paul is struggling a little bit. 3.5 seconds off Impulse, and he was ahead of Impulse, so his first time out at Silverstone is not to his liking. Oof. But struggling is a strong word. He's performing very, very well. I'd be way behind.
See a move here. Oh, where's the GTP going? Where were you planning to go?
And that was the best livery car.
That was Alcantech, I think. Lennart Schnabel. Well,
Wait, it was Leonard.
Well, that's how it can crash right there.
Wait, it was Leonard from chat.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh no.
That, yeah, I think that's a penalty code for you, Leonard.
Wait, I get to say
At least
something.
a drive
It's
thing.
an Alcon penalty.
Alcon penalty.
He didn't get to use it.
I mean,
Well, we'll watch it back. Like it was.
Well, no, well, I don't think we need to. I think,
Well, yeah,
I think give him the penalty.
It's when you watch it in the heat of the moment. It depends what car you're staring at. Like if you're looking at one car, it's the other car that moves. If you're looking at the other car, that car. I always find you've got to be careful.
Sure.
In the heat of the moment, like when I'm driving, it's always the other person. But when I watch it from far chase, I'm like, that wasn't me. Yeah, I see it now. It's plain as day. But yeah. So Orbit Bear Motorsport Jupiter to Mars, Orbit Bear Motorsport Jupiter are in.
So I think this may have been a mistake from me, potentially, but I think I may have put their abbreviated name and their extended name combined.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure, though.
I'm so used to saying it now, though.
Oh, yeah. So let's have a replay. Okay, I want your judgment of this, David.
Yep, so GT's closed the door. See from this camera. So the door is shut. Door opens, GTP comes through.
Great job on the GTD not to hit the wall there. Are you not thinking that's a slam dunk penalty? I mean, I guess one could argue that the car shouldn't react like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Like any damage model stuff, but
I'm not stewarding, and yeah, I don't. It wasn't as clear cut as I thought it was. Is the GTP forcing a dangerous situation? Of course. But yeah, not so sure. I don't know. The GT3s were side by side, and he slotted in behind one, and the other two they made contact. So I don't know.
I don't know if you're talking about a different incident, Howard, but there was no GTP involved in that one. But I think you mean the LMP2.
Oh, I thought it was a GTP as well, actually. In Herodotus's fair, I actually thought it was a GTP as well.
Oh no, Dalaval is out.
No.
Which is dreadful for Mike because I picked them for the championship.
And we're hearing rumours of internet maybe because he went straight on into a wall.
Yeah, awful race this for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. I mean, both their GTP and GTD entries suffering issues in the past half an hour.
Yeah, Thomas Hansen's asking what's the minimum driver count? It's 2. It's a team race, so as long as you're a team, then it's all gravy, baby.
G-Winx X. To be honest, the LMP2 didn't move much, and the orange car was still checking out.
Yeah, so this was my one thing. The LMP2, once I watched it back, yeah, he forced a dangerous position, but he didn't technically move. That was the only. That's why I just stopped talking, because I didn't. I was never going to get the answer from a couple of camera angles. I'll let the stewards decide that one.
Well, it hasn't been reported yet. We'll see if it does get reported. Top 3 in GTP all into the pits, so they'll definitely be able to make the 3 stop.
But it definitely wasn't the GT3's fault, so it's tough. I don't know.
So Cube controls red. I'm not sure if they'll still be in the lead. I mean, so to be fair, they went so long in that stint. It does demonstrate that the blue car can make up the laps that they need on the fuel. They're still stationary on the red car. The blue already into the lead. No, I don't think blue even took a full tank.
I was wrong, by the way.
I'm a bit confused what's going on with the blue.
3 laps longer, not 2.
Yeah, no,
I was wrong.
I was so wrong. I was more wrong.
But I did mention that the subsequent... That's another off-track, Sam. They're calling your name, mate. The subsequent stints are a little bit easier to fuel save. A little bit. It's less hectic.
I think Cube controls Movana Blue aren't fully filling the tank, maybe. Or, no, I don't know.
No, I mean, that's valid.
I mean, 42 seconds is like... And we've got like 48 seconds for Blackout OPR, so I wonder if they're going like shorter stints. But they're now 7 seconds ahead of blue. But like I said, we'll need to save more fuel, and of course have now got older tyres.
Yeah,
this doesn't make a huge difference.
All this fuel strat stuff and short fueling, even I'm quite new to it with experimenting with it in recent events. It's not something that it comes natural to me. I think all this fuel just come back because of the lack of tyre strat in iRacing anymore. You get free to... Okay, he judged the approach speeds quite nicely there. Oh, he gets so close to the netcode they do. Oh, he's lost it. Give him a wide berth. He's still going to probably send it down the inside. He does. And you have to go the really long way around. And then follow behind and get no draft. You get a whiff of dirty air, that's what you get. No. Nothing, mate. Yeah, Cube Controls Movano Blue looking good. Yeah, 7.5 seconds lead. But then again, with the pit stops being on different laps, now it just comes down to the luck of the spin, like in traffic. If you pit and the other team gets caught in 2 laps of busy traffic and you pit, it looks, you know, almost worse than it is. Okay, Blackout OPR GTP are in. Running very long into the race.
Yeah, they went far in the first stint as well, didn't they? They're absolutely, cramming the tank with fuel.
Andrew Dawson with a 15-second lead. No pressure, Busby. You're a gloves winner. This is an easy slam dunk win. No pressure, mate. You got like just chill, mate.
Andy can continue building that lead for the next 20 minutes. Paul's a very good driver though, with a very nice pair of gloves coming his way. And,
yeah, Hafen, I agree. Hafen, sorry, I agree, mate. It was really well executed for sure. Nows.
Paul.
He's gonna do great.
You guys did win a race last season. I think it was Road America, if I recall correctly. But please correct me if I'm wrong on that one, Paul. This one, Delta Sports versus Alpha Esports. I think we've already seen these guys go wheel to wheel in this stint.
Indeed, Deltraz in, Instinct in, some GTTs starting to come in.
Oh, Paul said we won Le Mans. You won Le Mans?
The majors.
Deltraz. Oh,
do you mean?
I think he's referring to season 1. I thought Deltraz won at Le Mans, Paul, because Alexander was like unreal there. Oh, here we go. No, he's going to get blocks. Oh, maybe not. Oh, what a move! Very nice move there from Alpha Esports.
Oh no. Oh. What is he going to try around the outside? Oh, he is. Oh, he actually is. Okay, that's 1x. They like you, Sam. Here we go. You just can't carry the speed, though, surely.
Not quite. Oh.
What's the off-track count?
40.
Busby has off-tracks.
It was Road America they won. Yeah. Carl Cranswick has for some sort of reason said Jumanji, but I'm not sure what the context of that, Carl, is, but do let us know.
Jumanji? I want to work it out. He's probably talking about the new ones. When I think Jumanji, I think the original.
I think most people do, yeah. I don't think I've seen the original one. I've only seen the reboot.
What did you just make?
No, no, two.
Wait, so you think Jumanji comes from a video game console?
No, I don't think
it's
that.
insane, mate.
I'm aware of cultural things.
No,
you've
annoyed me now.
I shouldn't have said it. I shouldn't say it because I have actually seen the original.
Okay.
It's just that I haven't like sat down and properly like I wasn't like I don't know. I was like 14 at the time or something, or -5 at the time when I saw it when I saw it in cinemas. I was just an idea.
You're watching it tonight. I will find it on some service.
Do you realise when this...
yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your fault. Then, yes. So watch it tonight, and we will have an interview tomorrow.
Sure. Racing Instant. Oh, is that the instant that we were talking about before? No, it's not.
German, I can see
no, it could be. It is a Racing Instant. Both cars can't be really blamed. LMP car has a GT3 to his left and sufficient overlap on the GT3 to his right-hand side, deserving space.
Oh, see, I feel brave now by backing down and breathing on that one, because we were both slam dunking it until we watched it the second time.
Yeah, even after the second time. But I trust the stewards. The stewards know more than me.
Yeah.
I am an idiot.
It really came down to the MP in the end, didn't move. He just got himself in a dangerous spot. Yeah, he just didn't move, so yeah. It's a shame though, because obviously teams lost out and stuff, but who's Paul being pressured by here? Fiercely Forward Pink. Where have they come from?
Could we get that gap graphic up again?
Yeah, because...
Such a useful graphic.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if we could maybe extend the laps out as well a little bit, but yeah, I mean, they've always been close. Because remember, of course, Door did spin, so if there were maybe 8 seconds clear after the first stint, they used 5
impulse
seconds.
spun. Yeah, it was impulse. They caught back up to Door. Yeah, that's what...
Oh, of course. Well, yeah, Paul's just struggling, isn't he? So I got confused between the two.
Mate, you can't keep saying that. Paul is rapid as hell.
Oh, absolutely. Paul's beaten me in Porsche Cup before, and is like double my, I mean, nearly 3 times my iracing. But I just mean in comparison to his teammate.
Yeah, running P2, 6 seconds off Norbert. But yeah, Fiercely Forward Pink doing a very good job. I just don't remember them being in the mix because we had Impulse leading, Door right behind them, Simify right behind them, and then a gap to... I didn't think it was Fiercely Forward, but I'm obviously mistaken. Norbert is rapidier, yes. Yeah. But so was Jonas. I think arguably Jonas was the fastest man on track in the first stint. I know he wasn't ahead, but...
Delta Sport just came into the pits, by the way. Well, yeah, they'll get to the end of the race. We've got an hour and 20 to go, and the tank goes 40 minutes. So Delta Sport taking this opportunity to pit as early as possible, and then put Nikolai Pedersen.
Instinct Racing, Maximilian Renard are off, or they rejoin. Something's wrong, I think. Instinct Racing 3-2-1, P16 in GTD. I think they lost a couple of positions. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, here they are. We'll get their sector time up soon, which will give us a clue. And they're still going, so I think they're just going past these faster cars. Yeah, they lost 16 seconds.
Okay, yes, yeah,
so they lost a lot of time.
A bad sector then.
Yeah, I don't know how they've lost that much time. It's gone way off into the gravel. We might see some GTDs make a pit stop around here as Abruzzi Colour Shock Racing Team get past Playing Ducks. Playing Ducks, of course, who were facing the wrong way. He was spitting feathers at the first couple of corners. But they've done a quacking job to come back as well as they have done.
All right, I'll give you that. It wasn't bad in reflection. I was willing to slam dunk it, but I've changed my mind. Yeah, Norbert doing a very impressive job this stint. Paul holding off Fiercely Forward Pink still, 6/10, but then there's a mighty gap back to Simify, but we can't rule out Simify. If they can just keep up...
Simify are leading in my mind. Like, they gained like 8 seconds on those other two teams, like during their last stint, not due to the pit stop time, but so I think they're leading. I think it's probably Impulse second, and then Door third. Albeit, is there anyone else in play? Of course, Absolute were in play, weren't they? But of course, then they had that connection issue. They would be right there in the podium hunt.
That was it. That's why I'm getting confused with Fiercely Forward Pink. It was Absolute ahead of them. So yeah,
sure.
That and Fiercely Forward have fiercely moved forward. Basically, they really have. Norbert getting some LMP traffic around him.
Yeah, these teams, of course, having some very successful drivers in the past. Michael Yanni was part of Fiercely Forward in the past. So yeah, and Alpha Esports. I know Stanley Deslandes was part of that team as well. So a lot of these teams, have produced a lot of very good drivers. Maybe some of the drivers on this grid might soon be esports drivers themselves.
Yeah, it's tough out there though.
Move on the inside. I think Luke McCarran may have been part of Simforge, but I might be wrong on that. Lewis, please tell me if I'm wrong on that one. But I feel like there's someone else besides Michael who was part of.
Did you say Stanley was?
No, Stan was part of Alpha.
That was it, Alpha. Yeah. No, I don't think Luke was. Luke was. I forget the team with Tom Mao. He was on that team, and Tom Mao's on the grid. And then Vulcan. Yeah. That's who I remember Luke going off to. ARL Gen 4 Oval League when?
Well, we've done a Trucks League, we've done 2 Trucks Leagues. We've done a B League, like an Xfinity or whatever they call it now. Gen 4, yeah, maybe. Oh, is Gen 4 the early 2000s, Danny? No, yeah. Or is that the modern one? I get confused between the ones which are like 2001 and ones which are 2024. But yes, maybe Danny.
GTD's coming in, 2 of them. I mean, it's not a bad idea. An oval league.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea at all.
Yeah, Gen 4 is 2003. Apparently, when it was better, I think. So yeah, maybe. So still Norbert Leitner for Impulse, gradually pulling away from these guys. Well, that last up 8/10 of a second, which is more than gradually. I imagine Paul Lang will be getting out of the car at his next stint and switching back. Norbert Leitner, meanwhile, will need to change car definitely himself.
Yes.
He will not be able to stay in that car to the end of the race. Driver now for Simify is Lucas Perez. I think Perez may have started and then they changed for the second stint. But that Simify esports car, I think basically the race leaders right now. It's probably going to be them versus Impulse to the end of the race. However, Impulse did just extend their lead by 7/10 over Perez, so that's very strong.
Corey Lazarus is asking, hi, by the way, Corey, is there a graphic to show who's had the longest range stints before pitting?
Not exactly. We can.
Well, we've got stint
there you go.
lengths.
Oh, there you go. What?
That was quicker than AWS.
And more accurate as well.
Yeah.
So there it is. Penalty. That was a penalty for someone. It was a 5-second post-race penalty for IFR Esports. They ignored blue flags when they were being lapped by Melanzani Racing by Voltronic. And the note is simply 717, ignoring blue flag.
Oh.
That is their second penalty as well of the day. Not a good sign. Not sure if it's the same driver.
Look at this. Orange and black.
Oh, this is your
Superman-esque S on the side, or a Samsoid S. Like, these guys have thought about it. Look at this. From a side angle, oh, it's gone. The cameraman decided too much orange. Good looking livery, though.
GTD leader into the pits, Impulse Racing. So this is
and dual.
This is really revealing. Well, it's not super revealing because everyone's still got one more stop to go. But the last stop for...
yeah, but like you say, it doesn't put them on even foot with Simify until the next pit stop, right?
Yeah.
Because this will be another full pit stop, yep.
So it's a shorter pit stop for Impulse.
Yeah, I think they're probably splitting the difference, so they won't really be doing a short one. They'll be doing 2 32s now, not a 28 and a 37. Whereas Door have gone for the full 37. So basically what I'm trying to say is Door's next pit stop will be a very quick one, but Impulse will be pretty much the same. They're going to come in for another 32. So yeah, the gaps. So yeah, it's going to be exciting at the end. We're not going to really know much until the end because we've got Simify who need to take a long pit stop. Yeah.
Well, a sort of long pit stop, not the longest pit stop.
Well, they did short fuel. They probably short fuel down to the minimum.
But not in the last stop.
No.
They took more fuel in this stop. So I think they're only going to have to take like 10 seconds more fuel. And then now 23 seconds ahead. I mean, in my mind, Simi 5 got this in the bag.
Correct, because the only team really to gain, and the team that will get the biggest from the next pit stop is Door, by 10 seconds over Simify. Apart from that, the others are going to be pretty even, so you're right. I think Simify is in the lead. Impulse second. Let's see what Door can do. They've got a third driver in, Liam.
Yeah. Willman. Car. And also, Team Racing Purple managed to get ahead in all of that, but they did take quite an early pit stop, so that might change round.
Hafen said it would be short for Impulse. I agree, but yeah, their pit stop just now was 5 seconds shorter than, well,
yeah.
all of
So
them.
I think if I recall correctly, Simplified took 15 seconds less of fuel in their first pit stop,
Yep.
but took 5 seconds longer in their last pit stop. So that means that they got 10 seconds more to take in their last pit stop. So, or in their future pit stop. So, and then 23 seconds ahead. So. Welcome to Gonzalo for subscribing. Thank you very much, Gonzalo.
Whereas what I'm saying is Door hasn't done a single short pit stop. They have done max, max, max. Max and max, sorry.
Yeah.
So they're due the full 15.
Yeah, they'll only need to take, like... well, they won't even take tyres at their last pit stop. Like, they'll literally take, like, 10 seconds of fuel.
But that's what Hefren was mentioning earlier about setting it up slightly better to make sure that really all you're carrying is enough to get tyres, and you just keep doing that, because then that means you're always on a brand new set of tyres. Yeah.
It was under consideration this season potentially to limit the tyre sets, but...
Oh, no.
Ruled against.
Not in iRacing, please. Not at the moment. Not at Silverstone, bruv, with a 40x limit. Come on, man.
well, I think in the GTDs it wouldn't be the end of the world. I think for the GTPs it would be awful. But yeah, I think that we've got enough strategy, and of course with the fact that we might have rain as well later in the season, as well another factor to consider.
Gonzalo, thank you for the follow. Was you driving? Was it Gonzalo, one of the drivers?
I think it was maybe that's not Gonzalo.
Just recognise the name. Simon's out there. He was the one in chat. So that's how come Sono knows so much about Nirvana Blue. He's a driver.
Yeah, not a spy.
Not a spy.
Very convincing if he is. 6.3 seconds ahead, so he's going to need to pit. Not. Well, in order to make the 3 stop, you need to get to 2 hours 15. I think he'll probably get to about 2 hours 15. These other cars should get to about 2 hours 20 on this stint.
1X Racer saying managing tyre races isn't some fun. Actually.
I agree.
Actually. No, it's. I mean, I miss the days of triple stints. Back in the day.
Maybe managing tyres. What I hate is saving fuel.
Okay.
That's the thing that
yeah, fuel to me is nowadays, just the only reason we so focus on fuel is because we can't do anything with tyres. But back in my day in iracing, when we were doing, the Le Mans series and all that, the endurances, the top teams would quad stint in the night. 4 hours of no new tyres. I remember just telling one of your drivers at 2 in the morning, yeah, can you extend this for a 4th stint? It's like, dude, please. But yeah, and then it all changed, and tyres became a 40-minute affair.
Fiercely Forward Pink have just pitted. I'm not... Was that scheduled for Fiercely? Oh, yeah, it was. Yes, sorry, my bad. Yep.
Freddie Schwartz is in. Let's go.
Yep.
Obviously used to be a teammate of Paul.
True. And former winner in the Apex Racing League GT3 trophy. I think he finished 3rd place actually that season overall.
What,
Place
Freddie?
Freddie did, yeah. Oh, slide. He's got away with it. That's a damage model.
I actually did a season of ARL League when Freddie was in it, because I would be DMing Freddie and Paul about 20 minutes for the race, like, dude, chuck us a dog, I'm not ready, like, please. And then those guys would always send me a set. And I'd always then ask them another question. How long's the race? And then they say, and now another one. Is there a pit stop? What's the start procedure? What time's qualifying? Okay, I'll stream then. All right, cool. Good luck, guys. To say I was always well prepared, yes.
You still ask what time qualifying is now.
Yes, I know.
Still a lot of traffic for these drivers to deal with, but so far we've only had one retirement, and that is IFR Esports, who were involved in a big wreck and got a couple of penalties as well. But that is our only retirement. The LMP2s, Elvin Dugelja for Hyperion.
That isn't a valid team, is it?
No.
He registered the wrong team.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, one person had to make the mistake. Unfortunately, Hyperion were able to still race. They had two other drivers who could race, so glad that they're still running, up in P9 as it stands. It's, just over a lap behind the leaders. Of course, Andy Dawson. We're going to see some of the top LMP2 teams coming fairly soon, I think. It won't be too long until they decide to pit. This is Cherokee Motorsport GTP number 1 behind Zakharul Esports.
I have to say the racing's been very clean, very respectful. Yeah, we're seeing the odd incident, but nothing more than I expect. Look at Door being, not Door, Impulse Paint, very smart there. Quite similar liveries from the top two, actually.
Cherokee on that last lap were over a second faster than the cars ahead of them. They do seem to be a lot quicker, but obviously so much can change depending on what traffic you've got.
Oh, you thought about it.
To the inside. These guys, I think on, what, exactly the same strategy. Both pitted on lap 50. Zakharul Esports did take an extra second of fuel, but I think you can reasonably expect them to have pretty much the same amount of fuel in the car. So this is absolutely a raceable position. And of course, not many drivers around them either. So
this Cherokee guy is looking far superior right now. I'm just looking at his lines and I think he's going to get this done. It's just there's no draft.
Yeah, he needs a little bit of traffic just to help him out. Sometimes traffic can help one car or the other car, but I think right now Justin Alonso would quite like a bit more traffic, a bit like what they had in the last lap, just to maybe disrupt Zakharul a bit, because yeah, through the corners it's tricky to keep up. Danny Soleil from encompass NHL subscribes. Thank you, Danny.
Danny Solo asking how much fuel. The GTPs and GT3s were restricted to 90% of the full tank, and the LMP2s were just left to get on with it.
Did something... No, it's alright. Something... our timing board for some reason had faster pair come up red for a moment, but I think they're alright.
Hello Simon in chat. Effect 20-second lead. Yes, it's very impressive. Andrew's absolutely flying. Busby's in the car very soon. Nows. No, it's no pressure. Andrew put it on pole and has led for every lap and extended down to 20 seconds and never made a step wrong in traffic.
Hey.
It's easy. Just do that.
But Paul's the real winner. He's already won a pair of gloves. Everyone else is going to have to wait till the end of round 6 to win something. He's got something in the bag early on. Oh, this could be a move. Oh, he's very slow. There's clearly some traffic ahead. And that was Simify. That was Simify, the class leaders in GTD. And, well, with the way that that car reacted, I wonder if there was even contact between the pair of them.
Yeah, it looked like Simify was getting past traffic as the proto pair came bombing in.
Oh, is there an issue for Mivano Blue?
Oh, no.
There is! They've crashed on pit entry.
So this is the same place they nearly got killed the first time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they had to take pit entry because they went around a GT3 and nearly died in pit road.
Wow.
Yeah, at least he can take the fast repair now, box now.
Well, yeah, as long as he hasn't.
Oh no, he can't make it to the end, can he? Can't take an hour.
I think he was coming into the pits regardless. I think he did deliberately come into the pits. I think he just messed it up.
Don't know. Is that Simon Bamber in chat, by the way? If so, well, regardless, hello. But I was about to say if so, hello. But if not,
yeah. He did take the faster pair. Well, that could have just had. No, I'm sure that did just hand the race win to the red car. Faster pair motorsport GTP will probably be too far back. Although no, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Because the other teams are going to 2 minutes, 2 hours 15. But remember, the blue car was short on fuel already, so maybe they just thought, we'll just sprint this one. But yeah, I am curious to see what that pit entry was. If it was deliberate.
Oh, Lee Murray. Okay, that was fine. Yeah, so for viewers who wondering what I was talking about earlier on, Movano Blue had an incident where they nearly crashed in pit entry because they went around a GT, and the GT subsequently went to pit. Movano Blue had to fly into pit lane, go across the grass and come back. So it just felt very deja vu-ish to see them where they were. But with that 15-second gap, we can... I don't know about the pit stop problem. That's my bigger worry. They've probably still got P2 in the bag if they don't need to make an extra stop.
Oh, well, they can't get to the end of the race.
Yeah. And fast repair only stopping once, right?
Yes, yeah. So they've got they've got one more pit stop to go from here, and they're currently in 9th place. They had a longer pit stop as well. They got held for an unsafe pit entry.
Oh.
So they got held, I think, for another 40 seconds. So they're down to 9th.
Plus with another pit stop to make.
Well, everyone else has got to make a pit stop as well. But yeah, I think they might get 7th. They might get RD and Blackout, but I think that'll be as far as they get.
We'll get a replay of that in time. But yeah, what a shame for Simon. Well, we don't know what happened. He could have destroyed a GT and we're feeling bad for him. But no,
yeah.
I highly doubt it. They've been very smooth running. All right, let's look. Paul Busby's pit stop was fine. He's come out, yeah, 2nd ahead, but the team behind are pitting imminently. Alpha Esports.
Alpha have gone very far in all their stints so far. Delatraz now. Ooh, that's interesting. So Delatraz managed to save 8 seconds on their pit stop, but they've all still got a pit stop to go. So I wonder if Effect will just have a shorter pit stop later on.
Crisp is in. Matthew Crisp is in the car. He was in the chat earlier. He's driving for Alcantech.
Yeah, replaces Schnabel, who did not receive a penalty earlier on. Just a racing incident. A little bit of traffic immediately for Matthew to deal with. A bit tentative with it.
I think I've shared a car with Matthew once. I get confused because I shared a car with another very similar named guy many times, but I think Matthew Crisp and I shared a car at Monza for some like special event thing. I was in a team with Dan Suzuki. I don't know, it's so long ago. I'm pretty sure I did.
A reminder, by the way, of our sponsors for this championship, Abruzzi. I've already given out a set of gloves to a lucky viewer in tonight's race. But you should definitely check out Abruzzi, Abruzzi-official.co.uk to check out their extensive sim racing equipment. You can get stuff from Simagic and Moza. You can get stuff from Next Level Racing as well, and that's some just part of the sim racing stuff. But also they produce karting gloves for amateur motorsport, but also some FIA grade race suits as well that you can purchase. So do check out all that stuff on Abruzzi. A lot of it's customizable as well. It's a fantastic gift or just a cool investment for any sim racing team to get matching equipment like that. And of course, do use the code Apex Racing 15 off. That's Apex Racing 15 off, no spaces, to get 15% off your order whenever you buy gloves, boots and t-shirts. And a big thanks to Abruzzi for offering a huge prize pool for this season.
So interestingly, I was just looking up some facts you might want to know. You say dash And I thought maybe because I've been living in America for a long time.
Here, so
oh, here we go.
P5. This is Cherokee. They've been having to wait for this one for a moment. They use the traffic, and they're ahead of Zekril Esports. That one's been hard earned, and they're out now up to 5th place.
Yeah, very quick team. I think they're going to stretch their legs now. So you say dash, and it's just not a term. Like, maybe living in America 11 years now, I'm back. I thought I'd look it up, because I say hyphen. And I looked up the difference between a dash and a hyphen, and it's a hyphen.
What are you talking about?
The Abruzzi hyphen.
What's the dash then?
It's long. I probably won't want to set on strings. It's very boring.
The dash is a hyphen.
No, they are slightly different.
Is one longer than the other?
One's used between phrases, and the other's used between words, like to prefix a word. So
Sure.
yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough.
No, I mean, I thought it was just a British thing. Maybe I've not, like I say, I've been.
So I think on our producer is saying that did I do English language? I did do English language at GCSE, but I did not study it. But clearly I didn't do it long enough. I think whenever you have TV shows in this country, sometimes at the end of the show they'll say, and of course please mail us at blah blah, and they always say dash. Or do they say slash? Maybe they say slash, and I'm confusing the words.
I mean, yeah, when you said it, I knew what a dash was, and you're right. It is the same character. I just not heard it used like that. Don't get me wrong, I don't think anyone sat there on the keyboard looking down like in dash, dash, dash.
Oh no doubt you've made an issue out of this, which wasn't in it. Like no one's asked for this. this.
I bet sales are booming now. People know what character to press on their keyboard.
Oh, a hyphen. Oh, now that you say it.
Here we go. The Manavano Blue incident.
Manavano Blue. Oh no! So they immediately hit the LMP2. Is that RD Simforge? And they're desperate to get into the pits. I mean, I think that's going to be a penalty for whoever they collided with. Oof. Who was that? That wasn't Oldham.
RD.
It was. It was. No, because that's an LMP2. RD's a GTP. Who could it be? Fiercely Forward Purple?
I tell you what, that.
Oh, it's Hyperion Esports.
Why was Hyperion out so wide? Like...
Oh, they spun, I think, and then they rejoined, and then they were desperate to come into the pits.
Okay, so the more I watched that, it was the LMP2's fault. Because surely on the 90th time of hitting them, you learn something's on your side.
I think that's the coldest take we've had so far in the broadcast. No need for arguments on that.
Because even if I'm wrong, on the...
Busby with a 1 second gap, but with the pit stops. It's down to 9 seconds though to Delachaz, but
yeah, they're going to be shorter flying Alpha because they're on such low fuel. They'll be in...
they've got to pit on this, I'd think.
Yeah.
I mean, they're really not far away from making the 3-stop. Great effort from Alpha.
Yes, Hyperion will be given the full penalty there.
5 second stop and hold penalty for the number 26.
Yeah, because even if they were in the right, or if it was a racing incident, it could have been on the first or second. But on like the 4th or 5th bump, you start to take it personally. Yes, I get it, you're going to be low on fuel, but you cannot drive through my car to get to pit lane. Maybe slow down.
So, yeah, it was a 5 second stop and hold that they received for that.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, it's pretty much ruined Manavano Blues race. Because they lost. They've had to make an extra... Oh, they're past? Oh, what happened to her? Oh, no. What? No, that's fine. Oh, man, I was so confused.
Yeah.
I was thinking because they dropped behind, I was thinking, oh, have Effect come into the pits again?
It's late, isn't it, though?
But obviously you cut the final corner.
Yeah, they're going to come out P... Oh, no, I think they'll be...
I mean, they're so close to making the 3-stop. So close. I don't know if they're not going to try it. Because they've only been averaging 43-minute stints, and they'd have to go 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is too far. But they really weren't far away, Alpha. Good effort. We'll have an insanely short final stop, or they'll half and half it here. But they seem to be putting a full tank of fuel in, so maybe they are going to try to go to the end of the race.
Also, what Hafen said in chat, yeah, Sam surmised they spun before the corner, and then they were rejoining across the track as well. Because, yeah, they were completely out wide. Hello, Eric Newman.
What? Yeah, did they make... Were they planning on coming into the pits initially, or did they make contact and think, got a pit now, and then proceed to make more contact?
I don't know, but what I do know is they got a pit again now because of their pit.
Yeah.
I love that you can change the lights on the Porsche. Holy moly, like, that needs to be in... I mean, I'm a Porsche fan, but look at that with purple lights. Are you... I know this is the second broadcast where I've gone on about the lights, but it needs to be on every car now, because that is just... That's too good. Look at that. Unbelievable. Yeah, that is sick.
Anthony Banan for PS Competition has come into the pits again. I feel like PS have dropped back, but I might be wrong. I feel like they were higher up than that earlier on. But
Is that David on commentary asking Eric? It is. Hello, mate. How you doing? Yes, PS have been caught in a few... I mean, they were one of the first cars to get involved in an incident early in the race, and yeah, I think they've just had a... what's the word? Tumultuous?
yeah, that's a good word.
Thank you. I don't know many good words, so... So I'm thinking an S as the logo and an orange and black livery. We might have found my pick for favourite livery, honestly.
I mean, is that orange or is that red?
Well, we need to see it on the other screen as well then. On the other screen, it's orange as well. There you go. That, I mean, look at it. And it's almost like Superman styled.
What's it called? The S?
Oh, yeah,
Superman?
you're right. It's not...
Because it's not an S,
It's
is it?
not an S.
It's a sign for my home planet. Something like that. It like means peace in, I don't know, Klingon, whatever they speak in Superman world.
Andrew Dawson in chat said the fuel bug bit has lost 8 seconds in the box.
Hey, what's the fuel bug?
Fuel doesn't go in, I think.
Hey.
I think that's what... I haven't had it happen to me yet. I mean, I remember it from, like, 2 years ago. There was something similar on a driver swap. Something would happen, but...
I mean, are you sure about that, Andy? Because, like, your pit stop was the same length as everyone else's pit stop. It was just Delachaz took less fuel. So, like, it's Delachaz who are out of the ordinary. So, yeah. I imagine you are right, Andy, but, yeah.
But yeah, great driving, Andrew. Great stuff, mate. Really, really well drove.
Firebird. Coming up. Oh, driver change and it gives you full fuel when you don't want it. Okay, it could be worse, Andy, I guess. But yeah, I guess it makes your last stop a little bit tricky because you're not going to have time to take tyres? Not sure.
Andrew, well, obviously you probably know this, but I want to mention it anyway. But remember, sometimes when it's just the two of you, you'll be driving, so the black box is open. It'll be using Paul's app in it. If he's got like reset on pit entry ticked. So what I'm saying is, if you set up the fuel on your black box, when you enter pit line, it will. If the black box is unlocked, it will use Paul's app in it to reset the fuel. And so, yeah, in team races, it can be really frustrating if there's no one available to sort of lock the box. But anyway, it's really annoying, especially when, I've had it happen to me a lot before.
Crisp Kind, which might be Matthew Crisp, saying it's the sign of hope in Kryptonian.
Well, it's livery of the day, mate.
Is the
and this purple light Porsche, but I'm only staring at the lights. I haven't even looked at the side. I just think it's a really... I don't know when they added it. I know it's now there, but I just don't recall it being there a season ago, where you could just pick the... I remember you could do roof lights and stuff like that. All right, let's have a run through of the leaders, how everything's going. So, yes, Cube Controls Movano Red leading by 14 seconds, which looks legit on Fast Repair Motorsport GTP, both boxing the same lap. And, yeah, I'm not seeing anything major there. Paul Busby, obviously new in the car, stepping in for Andrew Dawson, who's been done a couple of stints. He has a 6-second lead. Team behind short fueled, so Tom Mal P3. Yeah, so LMP2 is looking very strong. And in GTP, Lucas Perez Who we think would be the fact. I mean, this GTD lineup has been really intriguing because we saw the first 2 stints being led by Impulse, with Door following nice and close, followed by Absolute Motorsport, who unfortunately lost due to a connection issue. But it seems since the driver swaps and everything, we've seen Door drop back a position. Impulse still running strong, but Simufy just seemingly with the best pit stop strategy calls. But that's going to be flipped on its head when Impulse and Door get their opportunity to short fuel at the end. So, yes. It's going to be, I'm excited for the GTD, see how it plays out. And obviously we've got Freddie, not to be ruled out, running in the Fiercely Forward pink car.
Yes. Yeah, running in 5th place. They're coming back strong.
Yep. Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport Jupiter to Mars Orbit Drop Bear is in the pits. I think I've got that team name down now.
I wonder if we could. Well, actually, no. We'll keep watching this battle because the Abruzzi Colour Shock Racing Team are under big pressure from Blackout OPR. Blackout not able to follow quite as close as what they'd like to do Abbey, but they will 1.1 seconds faster. Oh no, that's. Well, I was going to say that was going to help them, but it did not in the end. That's a nasty crash. And the GTP who was involved was Team Racing Black, who have been driving so well. Up in 4th position, but that might well put that position in jeopardy. Now, they can get to the end of the race from here, to be fair. That can the black car, but they only... When did they hit the black car? Yeah, he's losing a lot of time even getting it back to the pits, isn't he?
Yeah,
That's
probably
their main
quicker to
trouble.
toe. Paul Lang in chat, and my pace was bad, but wasn't expecting this bad. It was fine, Paul. It looked really tough, very competitive, mate. It is what it is, brother. Very fast. Super competitive, mate.
Cherokee, meanwhile, into the pits for their last pit stop. So yeah, if there's any crumb of comfort for the Team Racing Black car, they don't have to make an extra pit stop. That's the only positive thing that I can pull after having that incident. Unfortunately, they will lose probably 40 seconds getting back to the pits, and will probably get a penalty as well. Leaders in.
Yep, and they've got plenty to the end. This has been a very well executed strat from them. I mean, their fuel was slightly better than Movano Blue. Obviously, I still think Movano Blue would have won this comfortably, but I mean, there were 2 of the same problems, right? The 2 things that nearly killed them, one of them did, and they were just both on going around cars on pit entry when they wanted to pit. Unbelievable, right? The same problem. Okay, replay coming in. Oh,
I mean, just seemingly misjudged it. Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh man. I mean, yeah. You drive so long and it's all safe, and then yeah, you just have a moment like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's on the prototype. There's no shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, I think that'll be a stop and hold. Because you've got to be careful as well in the stop and holds that you don't take any repairs.
Well,
or any changes.
You can. It just adds 40 odd seconds to your penalty. Yeah.
But sometimes people leave the windshield tear off, for example.
But remember, sometimes a stop and hold, it's better to take the penalty, because otherwise you have to pit twice, right? Like if you need fuel in 10 laps time.
Yeah, but if it adds 40 seconds, then that's not unless you're going to lose 40 seconds in the pit lane. It's better not to take it.
Well, you do, right? The run in, the run out,
well,
the sit-in
not
time.
on this circuit, at least.
True, and you cut a corner. Yeah.
It's literally just the drive-through. That's the only thing.
Very true. ARL NASCAR. Yeah, there's lots of love for Apex Racing League turn left event.
Well, Danny, I think, is just very loud. I think is what I'll say. But the other Alcantech drivers too, they are supporting it. But yeah, maybe. Maybe he's shaking his head.
I didn't expect you to say that.
I don't mean it critically. Right?
I thought we played good cop, bad cop. I thought I was the bad cop.
No, I think people don't like me. I think people generally like you. They think they're especially keen, let's say. on myself.
Oh dear.
Cherokee. Oh,
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
yeah. So Zekiril opening up the line. I think Zekiril needs to pit still. No, this is a this is a powerful position. They pitted on the last lap actually. So Justin Alonso I think got into that car. Hang on, no further incident. Netcode.
That was Blackout OPR and Team Ray. I can't.
Wait, what? No. No. Yeah, that's a different one. Yeah. Because I think Team Racing Black are the ones who sent it at turn 3. And I'm thinking, well, that's got to be a penalty. But no, this is for something different. It's just a racing incident. That incident actually involving Team Racing, the one where they wiped out a GTD, hasn't been reported yet. So I hope it does.
Okay, Blackout OPR. That was no. It was no. What was that warning just then? No further action. Copy. Just strangely timed that OPR just pitted. I just wanted to check that. Okay, Simify in. So it's crunch time now. What can Impulse do? I deliberately didn't sit here and work out the mathematics. I just actually wanted to be a viewer and let it play out. So yeah, usually I'd sit here and analyze everything, but I just wanted to see how livery of the day got on. But well, yeah,
they've got enough time to take tyres at least.
Yeah, so that's, well, yeah, this was always going to be on the longer part compared to the other teams, I feel, because they did their super short 15-second saver.
Yeah, I think Impulse will be able to go another maybe 4 laps. I don't think they'll go far enough.
I honestly think it's Door who can serve the shortest pit stop.
Yes.
I really do think they've got a 15-second pit advantage left in them over Impulse and Simify. But well, definitely over Simify. But let's see. So if it's 28, I'm calling Dora needs to pit for 13 seconds. I know that's a bit big, but that's what I'm going for. Paul might probably know, but yeah.
13 would make sense because, well, 13's 2 tyres. Not sure if you want to be taking 2 tyres. Maybe they just won't take any tyres.
Yeah, sorry, Shay, I was just picking on the orange livery with an S on the side.
And I'm not sure if you're aware, Shaya, but one of the prizes is Best Livery of the Season gets some shirts from Abruzzi Custom Design.
Yeah. Best save, best overtake, best livery.
Highest
winners.
average qualifying position.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, warning.
Delatraz. Just a warning.
Oh, good. The Team Racing Black has been reported. So get ready for a penalty for Team Racing Black.
That was the GT3 Murder, Death, Kill one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that one was a slam dunk, unfortunately.
Delatraz Automotive by Delatraz and WPR, racing incident, warning, sorry. The 221 should have yielded earlier. The WPR powered by Autocumulus should have yielded earlier. But it's only a warning.
That isn't that GT3 incident, right?
No.
I haven't got to go see the stewards.
Do an eye check. Evening, Jason. Just tuning in. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in, by the way. Very good viewing figures. Very much appreciate your support.
Yep, it's always nice to have people to chat with. Simon Vignier in the car. Delta V Racing in the pits. Whoa. He just fitted. I don't know, Shea. We haven't had time to sort of analyse it. I think Sam was leaning for this car.
My one is this one, yeah. I really like this Architect.
And I was slightly leaning Simify, but I'm being super biased. I don't know if I mean favourite livery or livery I might just borrow.
Effect versus Delatraz. Oh, Delatraz. I'm very confused.
Yeah, well, like
when did they pit? They had
66, same lap as Effect.
Yes, but they're going to have to take more fuel, aren't they? That's the thing. But they are closing that gap. When they came out of the pits about 20 minutes ago, Delatraz were about 8 seconds behind, and now they're only 3.5 seconds behind. So when they come in for their next stop, they'll probably be even, but Effect will need to take less fuel. But that by taking less fuel, they may not take tyres. So, like, they might take the same amount of pit stop Effect because they want to take tyres, even if they're stood stationary there for like 5 seconds with no fuel going into the car, but tyres going on the car, if that makes sense.
How long will be left in the race? Roughly, just roughly.
Like 10, 15 minutes?
Whoa.
For Delatraz, like...
Longest
20.
penalty we've seen. 10 seconds stop and hold.
10 seconds stop and hold, yeah. And rightly so. For Team Racing Black. I think Delatraz will pit with about 20 minutes to go. I think Effect could go, if they choose to about 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way Paul's handing this position over, so he'll do whatever it takes to come out ahead. There's no way. But yeah, from what Andrew's saying, he didn't want this gap to be close to give any pressure to Paul, and it wouldn't have given Delatraz that bit between their teeth to go after something. By the sounds of what their strategy should have been, Paul should have like a 11-second gap by now, and it changes the culture of the race. Delatraz just feels like it's a P2, like there's not a lot to fight for. Sure. Whereas right now, Delatraz can smell the win. So I think just mentally, it's not how they wanted it to go down.
Team Racing Black now serving that penalty. They'll drop back. So free position back for Cube Control's Movano Blue, who may not necessarily caught by the end of the race if it weren't for that.
I've never seen that overlay before. The speed RPM one.
Yeah, it's alright, isn't it?
Yeah, I've never seen the... What is that left? Is that RPM? Yeah. Nice, yeah, I've not seen that before. I like... Sorry, I just did an impression of...
Borat.
Borat, I don't know where that came from.
I was going to say before my time, but I was born before Borat, fortunately.
Jason Brooks is asking a question. So to answer your question quickly, Jason, off topic, but it's fine. I would say 120 hertz and up is fine. After that, you do start getting massive, what's the phrase? Less for your money. Like 165 to 144, I own both, and I can't tell much difference. Sure, you can tell difference at 240, but you're spending an absolute fortune. So 120 is fine, 144, fine. Like, they're massive over 60, huge. Like, even over a 75, they're massive. The difference between 60 and 75 over 120 and 144 is night and day. So yeah, anything above 120 is absolutely fine. Just make sure the response time is under 5 milliseconds. 1's fine, but under 5 is all you need. Andrew Dawson has said about right there, David. Yes. Cool. But I'm sure Paul's going to manage it just fine, because at the end of the day, he knows he's got the shorter pit stop, so if he can just keep it facing forward, stay out of trouble, then yeah.
Andy, are you going to take tyres? Let us know.
I don't even know. I can't work out the math on how long the pit will be.
So just got half an hour to go of this race, and it's been a very good opening round. The GTP should be fairly over. Cube Control's Movano Red have not put a foot wrong, and whilst it has been a lot more competitive than what we sort of thought after the first quarter of an hour of the race, it has not probably going to come down to the last lap. Delta V Racing, meanwhile, get past PS Competition 172. Anthony Bernand being overtaken there. RD Simsport are into the pits for their final pit stop of the evening.
In. Man, some of these teams have 3 drivers. I just didn't expect that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Really didn't. I mean, it's nice to work with your teammates and stuff, but I'd never do a 3-man for 3 hours. Well, as a streamer, I want FaceTime. So,
yeah,
no. So yeah, I'm just surprised. That's all. But no, it's fine. I mean, end of the day, you get to work with your teammates, and that's what endurance racing's about. So. 16 driver teams. Yeah.
It is a thing, isn't it? I wonder how many people have ever used all 16 drivers.
I heard. Didn't I hear about the Jimmy Broadbent team at Le Mans or for Spa? They're doing something like a 12-man or a 14-man.
You got to be careful on the minimum driving times
Yeah.
with that, I guess. Haven't
Yeah.
you?
Well,
you've
it's
gotta-
usually like.
as long as every driver does an hour, then you should be all right. Looking out for the battles, there's a couple of battles. The battles which are going on, as oh yeah, of course, Impulse still going. Should be all right in the GTDs. Oh well, when I say all right, they will be overtaken. They'll finish P2. RD just come out of the pits, and they are now right behind Zekril Esports. Both these teams can go to the end of the race, but RD have got some pressure tyres now to the end of the race, which might give them a small bit of an advantage. And they need all the advantage that they can get if they're going to move up into P6. And maybe even chase down Kart Motorsport GTP, who aren't too far ahead. And of course, ahead of all these teams now are Cube Control's Movano Blue. However, I believe Cube Control's Movano Blue have got to pit again. I don't think they'll get to the end of the race from here.
No, they won't. Not from 67.
They pitted at about 2 hours 5, so they should be able to. They'll probably come in again at about 2 hours 45. It'll be close. They might be able to get 4th place out of this, which would be impressive.
Let's see. I don't know, man. Top 7 is going to be an ask, I think. But yeah.
But they won't lose. They're currently 37 seconds ahead of P5, and their pit stop is going to be what, like 25 seconds lost trunting down the pit lane. I think they'll come out in P4. I think that they're only going to be stationary for about 15 seconds. So
Okay, I like that analysis.
would be a good recovery, albeit frustrating. And it's quite a steep point scoring system we have for this series. Is one drop score though. So of course, with that drop score, if you fancy like taking part in the series, do go over to apexracingleague.com.
That's a good point, yeah.
And
Use this as your drop week.
Yeah, use this as a drop week. I mean, we had ARA Porsche Cup recently where someone missed the first 2 rounds and won the championship, Philip Hammer. So you could still do that. So yeah, do check out apexracingleague.com, where you can also sign up as well for the Apex Racing Academy Super Formula Lights Championship. And also you can check out the Racing Unleashed challenges as well. We've got P2s at Silverstone on Sunday. You can't take part in that one, but you can take part in the future series, and that's a few £100 of prize money every single round of that, and it is free to enter, so do check that out as well.
Delatraz teams dropping?
Yeah, they just came into the pits, I think.
I don't see it, no.
Oh no! Oh no! No! Easy P2 for Delatraz.
I think we're hoping the next 3 seconds involves the camera cutting to them, otherwise... Nope.
Ah, what a shame.
They've got literally 1 second left.
Well, talking of drop weeks,
Ah, what a shame, man.
they were really putting. I mean, that was going to be such a good battle between them and Effect, weren't they? They had a good chance at the race win. I think they would have had about 10 seconds to catch Paul in the closing stages.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like the car's towed, so yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, what a shame. Well, a teammate can jump in, but yeah.
Well, it's a shame for
Pain.
them, but I mean, I feel sorry for myself because I think that would have been an entertaining battle to watch in the closing stages.
Yep. Team 11 is in. Yeah, that's horrible. We had that recently happen at the Le Mans 24 Majors. Literally 5 teams in our split, all at the same time, got disconnected. And wasn't just one of our drivers, one of our teammates who was spectating with us, his iRacing also closed.
Sure.
And we were just... it was after like 2 hours. So the morale was so low, as you can imagine.
Crisp Kind, who I thought was Matthew Crisp, but maybe they're not. Woohoo Ducks. How are the Ducks getting on? Playing ducks, P20 currently. Tobias Stoll in that car. A little bit by himself, but doing all right in the 371.
So looking at these gaps, yeah, I mean, Simify have run a very, very impressive race, because Impulse and Door had this. Not, you know, they looked like they had this. It looked like Simify were the team holding on to them, like not with them, but holding back, holding on. And now with only being, what, let me just check, 11 seconds behind Impulse, with Impulse needing to pit.
Yeah.
That's
Really
impressive.
pace.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
Yeah. It's the paint, it's the S, it's the orange. Very nice. Yeah, they've run a very, very interesting race. That pit stop strat just seemed wrong to me. Then their pace was just brilliant.
I mean, like, I know that, of course, they did use this strat, but they would have won regardless of the strat, right? Like,
It looked like it, yeah.
like maybe they've made it easier for themselves, but it ultimately comes down to pace, and they have been the fastest team. It was that. Well, I mean, all their stints have been very good, but particularly that stint right after their short stint, they gained 10 seconds on track, and yeah, made it very easy for themselves. I'm impressed though how far Impulse have been able to go. I don't think they'll be able to go much further than this, but it will be a short pit stop for them to finish off the race. Just over 20 minutes to go. Chris McKine, what's the level of competition in? What's the level of field in this competition? It's strong. We've got some 8K drivers. We've got some drivers trying to get to 9K as well. But then we've also got some low I-rated drivers. I mean, you've got Tobias Stoll out there. 1.8K.
Plenty of 4s and 5s, plenty of 4 and 5K drivers. We've got a couple of 3K drivers. We have a 1.9K driver out on track.
The minimum I rating is 1.4K, so as long as you're 1.4K, you can race in this series.
But it is the best way to learn is to race against the best, my advice. Can it be demoralizing always finishing down? Yes, but that's what I've done for the last 4 years, but you learn from the best, honestly. You really, really do. It's hard to notice, but yeah, like you pick up so much just being around them, learning the little things they do.
Yeah, and I would say as well, like the high I-rated drivers are usually the best drivers when it comes to multi-class racing to be around.
Oh,
when it comes to having a good race, they're not going to be the ones who are going to randomly spin in front of you, and they're genuinely going to be more sensible when it comes to traffic. There'll be some close shaves, but they'll be in control.
Like, let's say you've managed to like pull a stint 6 seconds back from them, but then you come through your first field of traffic, and all of a sudden you're 19. You realise, okay, I've got some bits to learn. And then the pit stop happens, and they're 4 seconds less in the box than you because, well, during the traffic they lifted and timed when they passed traffic and saved fuel in the process. It's just little things. Not using pit limiter down pit road, clutching on exit of pit road. The list goes on and on and on and on.
Delta V barely ahead of PS competition. Did we see Delta V overtake PS a few laps ago, or am I totally wrong? I think I might be wrong, because on that last lap PS were 0.8 of a second faster, so it certainly seems like they have the momentum. Two French drivers battling, Vernier versus Bernand, and that's quite a long way back, and well, he came within millimetres under braking into Brooklands.
So obviously with the loss of Delatras, we've got fiercely forward purple in P2, Tom Mao, who has been to the Apex Sim Centre because, well, I met him here for the meetup season before last, I think. Yeah.
What, the open day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I nearly drove recently with Tom on a team. Ironically, lucky I didn't, because it was the Motorsport UK event and everyone under 18 was getting a black flag once they got in the car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I had just about filled my team. I was looking for an extra driver, but one of the drivers I'd asked did come back to me and accepted. So unfortunately I said, Tom, no, unfortunately it's filled, but had I brought Tom on the team, we would have got a black flag. It was insane, yeah. but he's good. He's very fast. Matthew Crispin P4 for the Alcantech.
Ludox008 Gaming. Go, 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 number 44.
44, eh? That is the Vortex Precision Racing. So Impulse, did we cover the Impulse pit? I must have missed that. Lap 70. Oh, yeah, no, of course we did, yeah.
No, did we? I don't think we did.
No, we didn't.
That only just happened, yeah. Because I was waiting for them to pit. So they're P4, but that'll turn into P2. They are...
It was an 18...
They're 18 seconds off the lead. 19 seconds off the lead. Yeah, that's about what we thought. I thought, if anything, it might even be longer than that. But 18 seconds stationary. So they probably only took 2 tyres, if any tyres at all. So, yeah, they haven't really got the rubber to make any inroads on Simify. Not that they would have the rubber anyway. They'd need some, insane tyres in order to make up that gap. But,
yeah, for sure.
Door and Fiercely Forward Pink still need to pit. Will Door get away with P3 here? I think they will.
Yeah, I think so.
No, but Team Racing Purple don't need to pit. So, but oh man, that could be close. So keep an eye out for that one.
Yeah, no, I think they've got Team Racing Purple covered. I think. Yeah, they're Door's the team with the shortest pit stop needed.
Sure, yeah, it will be a very short pit stop. Yeah. Paul Busby for Effect Simulations into the pits. This is their last pit stop.
All right, Andrew, check that fuel. Spam it down.
Because it was going to be a big question of whether they took tyres or not, because they've got so little fuel to put in. They're going to take it anyway.
Yeah, probably just lefts. No, you can't take lefts, of course.
I think they'll take all 4 just to play it safe.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they lost, of course, they lost Delatraz, so why not? Yeah, of course, yeah.
Fiercely Forward Purple as well come in just behind.
So if you're wondering why I said you can't take lefts, it's because this car changes its axles at the same time. So if you take lefts, you might as well have taken all 4 because it takes the same amount of time. Your choice is really fronts or rears. And if you're going to take fronts, it's very difficult to drive for a couple of laps because the car wants to turn and the rears are happy to slide.
Checked, double checked, and spammed for a triple check.
Yeah, nice pit stop. They've got this. Obviously, they were, this isn't how you want to beat your competition by having them disconnect, but I think they would have had Delatraz in where they wanted him anyway.
Marley, 22.8 seconds stationary, so I think they took all 4 tyres as well. They come out in P3. Alpha Esports, we're not 100% Alpha need to pit again, but I'd say I'm 90% sure Alpha need to pit again. But Alpha can go probably within about 5 minutes of the race finish before having to pit. They have been fueling that thing up to the brim every stop, but not quite saving enough fuel. Not that they've been exactly trying to either, though, to be fair. But yeah, they won't quite be able to do the 3-stop.
Yep. So we're just waiting for the Dior and Fiercely Forward Pink pit stops. Yeah.
Not sure if Delta Sport. I think Delta Sport can go to the end in P4, so there might be a good battle for 3rd position between Alpha and Delta later on. I think Alpha will have P3, but not 100% sure about that.
A good amount of cars still running. It's very impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, how many retirees do we have? One in the GTDs.
One in the GTPs.
None in the GTPs.
Yeah, wait, is Orbit Bear still going?
Yeah. Come on, they're only 4 laps down. Your esports.
Oh, here we go. So this is the pit stop time we were looking for.
This could be close between them and Team Racing Purple.
I'm saying not close.
I think Team Racing Purple will be ahead by 1 second.
Let's see, because I'm thinking the pit stop time is going to be shocking. Come on.
You know what? I think you're actually going to be right.
Come on. No, it's not. No,
15 seconds. No, they're going to be to Purple away ahead.
Yeah,
Purple away ahead.
Yeah, but this is a long pit. This seems wrong because their pit stops has been long. I don't understand why 15.
Well,
I don't know how
Yeah.
Simify got away with a 15 overall, basically a net 12 second less over the race period in the pits less. But let's see.
They got 4 seconds to catch up to racing. So I said 1 second. It turned out to be 4 seconds. It might be catchable still. We've still got...
I love this team's logo, look. We need a logo to upload to Escape. What is it? We'll just do it as Z. It's the start of our name. In what? Times New Roman? Yeah, sure. I'm playing, by the way.
Get ready for some attacks on your...
No, I'm playing.
Grants.
I'm playing.
I do like a black and white livery.
You just want to be the good guy. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I
being
get you.
truthful. I'm just a nice guy. Like, I'm not a terrible person.
Oh.
Getting all the drafts.
Yeah, is that... Wait, there's draft in iRacing. Interesting.
Well, according to that GTP, there is.
Yeah, you'd think weaving would undo the 0.001 gains in draft.
Marcello Caserta, what an awful day it has been for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Both their GTP and their GTD cars suffering issues. They were going to be in the fight, I think, for P2 in this race. But they are far away from it now. They, however, are in the fight for P15. And they're sat on the back of Shay McNeely. I'm pretty sure they can go to the end of the race from here, absolutely. That'll be an issue. So this is for position. They're probably not going to catch anyone else at the end of this race, so they can take their time with it. Maybe may as well savor it.
So 72. Wow. Strange Endure in 5th. I just they'll get Fiercely Ford pink, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Fiercely Ford and Pink were about 7 seconds behind Door Esports when Door pitted.
Yeah.
But we'll need to take less fuel to be fair. I don't think there'll be 7 seconds less of fuel there. Here is the Fiercely Ford Pink car.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what happened with all the pit stop times. Just something doesn't feel right with the difference between Enduro and Simify in the pits, but I don't know. Perhaps I missed something. Flash, and don't send. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unless they're the same team and they're saying hi. Yes, they are. Okay.
There has been another incident reported by Blackout OPR GT3 on Nürburgring Esports. Nürburgring Esports are GTP currently running in 3rd position, so that could be significant if there is a penalty given. However, it would have to be a sizable penalty because they are currently 40 seconds ahead of the next car. But do need to pit again, to be fair. So Cube Controls Blue could get 3rd place out of this. For me saying earlier on when they had their incident, oh well, they won't finish any higher than 7th.
Yeah.
They might get a podium from this if Nürburgring get a penalty.
Yeah. Obviously, they're so quick. I feel bad for Simon because obviously everything happened on his watch, but he did nothing wrong. Yeah. What a shame.
Michael Romero asking, where's Team Redline? That's the wrong series because we do have Team Radline in GT3 Trophy. So tune in next Friday for GT3 Trophy and you will see Team Radline, which I'm sure is the team that you meant.
They spent too much money on Max Verstappen. They haven't got enough for leagues, I don't think.
No. Imagine if Hoot 2 just... are you familiar with Hoot 2?
No, sorry.
You don't know who Hoot 2 is?
No.
Oh, man. And you call me young. Like...
What did I miss?
Hoot 2 is... What did you miss? Imagine Fangio, but in sim racing. That's who Gregor Hoot 2 is. 5-time iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series champion.
Write his name down so I see it. Maybe it's... No, don't recognise it.
Legend. Lives like 20 miles away from the Arctic Circle.
When did he last competitively compete? Over 4 years ago?
I think he did the first season of PESC and didn't do very well. and I think that was in 2019.
Yeah, just a little bit before my time, I think.
But yeah, you won five titles in the Grand Prix World Championship Series.
Yeah, nice.
R-Factor 2, very good driver as well. And yeah, the chat know who to us. Legend. But yeah, I think he's retired now. He is like 45 or something.
And what's wrong with that?
Sorry, I got halfway through that.
Throw you out window, I think.
I shouldn't be saying that. What are you doing, sir?
No, I've got years, mate.
I'm just saying that if you look at the ESL R1 bunch, I don't think there's any 45-year-olds.
Okay, well, next year.
But
No, next year I'm going to find a ride.
Well, yeah,
I'll just
until you turn.
I'll just see a phase or advertise. I'm just going to pick a ride, and then we'll see. Yeah, that's right.
Fiercely forward pink into the pit, so they'll come out behind door esports. One would assume, as long as they're... it might be quite close. It is going to be close. They took 5 seconds less of fuel. Here comes Door behind. Here comes the GTP as well. And Door are going to have to sit in behind unless they can immediately get past.
If he gets alongside on the far left, yeah, he could have a run here. Yeah, all done. All he had to do was show his nose. If you force the car out wide there, you get the left line for the next corner uppercut, and you should be okay. Yeah. Unless that vet is just built different in a straight line.
Trying to get a little bit of the side drop now. The vet is moving ahead, and the vet is ahead.
So this is Paul's old teammate. Shame Paul's not driving the car. We'd have Paul versus Freddie right now.
Sure, yeah. Danny Solo is making a bid for your seat, it looks like, David.
47,000 followers. If he gets above 47,000 followers,
well,
then
he's got three of his teammates have backed him up.
That's 3. So once he gets more than 47,000, he can enter the ring.
So, by the way, there was a warning given.
Yeah, I saw that.
For Nürburgring Esports. So the battle for P2 in GTP is still alive.
So what was the accusation?
The accusation?
Yes.
Was
it the candlestick in the...
hit our rear made us spin.
Ah.
The decision was net code involved with clear gap between cars. However, the GTP should have left more room.
Gotcha.
Hence the warning.
Okay. Yeah, the warning system's good. It just means, look, you're on a short list. Don't make the list again.
Sure. Yeah.
Freddie's driving very well here. lap 83. Gap behind, 3 seconds behind Team Racing Purple. 6-7 minutes again. No, this is gonna be a fun battle to keep an eye on. What other close battles we got there out on track?
I think the P2 for GTP is the biggest one. Only 2 seconds between faster pair Nürburgring, and Nürburgring have been catching. Kevin Krosny in that car.
Yeah, 1.8 seconds and catching actually. Maybe it's just traffic, but on the
Alpha in 6 minutes to go. Well,
yeah, you said 5.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't help but feel like a bit of fuel saving, and it may have been possible in the NPCs. He seemed to be spluttering a bit right at the end there, but
obviously no tyres. So this is where
barely any fuel. He should come out in P3. Yeah, Purple moved past. Yeah, easy P3. Not that far behind Fiercely for Purple, but he won't catch with the time remaining.
Yeah.
Good effort though from Alpha. They dropped as low as 7th, I think, on lap 1. But
well, all 3 classes, GTP. Okay, all through safely.
he came out at a very good point there. 2 seconds further back, or 1 second further back, that would have been more messy. So that should be our order then sorted for the P2s. We're not really expecting any more pit stops from anyone.
So the Door and Fiercely Forward Pink is probably the battle running to the end.
Yeah. They're not far behind Team Racing Purple either, down to 2.5 seconds, but
it's not
might be a little bit too far.
Yeah, I think just with 4 minutes left to go, like catching's one thing, passing in the GT is just It needs setting up. It needs time. These guys, and none of them are slow.
Also got this one, Daniel Vicente, battling Florian Snatchinger, and he is half a second ahead.
I'm impressed you went for that surname, and I'm doubly impressed you landed it, mate.
Yeah.
I would have just ended after the word Florian, mate.
Yeah, I just before I said that, I thought I really should have looked at that name before, and then I thought,
no, you
just got to do it now.
Absolutely nailed it. Yeah, so 2 close battles in GTD. Also P6 and P7, 7/10 in GTP. That's the Zero Core Esports and RD. So we've got 3 close battles. We run to the last moments of the race.
Be fun if there was rain now, wouldn't there? When we get you your button,
Yes.
you'll be pressing it now.
Rain
Would you have been able to hold off this long in the race?
No.
When would you have pressed it?
Halfway through qualifying. On the outlap of qualifying, it would torrential rain. And then I'd wait for him to put the wets on to lift it.
Sure.
I'm evil like that.
Oh, they could use this little bit of traffic.
Okay, he's got it.
Oh, no, he just hesitated a little bit on the turn-in, but he might even get it on the exit regardless.
Yeah. I think he's... Oh, no, he lifted.
Yeah.
He lifted. He just didn't want to touch his fender, and they spin and both go out.
Spin for Marcello Caserta. And in P15, he was trying to get past German Sim Racing Orange, I think, but hasn't worked out for him. It's actually still stationary as Caserta.
So fiercely for the pink, and Door separated by 4/10. Firebird and the Delatraz team that we're watching right now. Sorry, Instinct and Firebird separated by 3/10. Oh, wait, Orion and Absolute Acelift just boxed or towed? That was a bit violent on my screen.
What position was that?
Orion Race Team and Absolute Motorsport Acelift.
RD have just got past Zekarul, by the way, for P6 in GTP. Good work from them.
Oh, no.
That was covering.
Orion have been in the box for 3 minutes, and Marcello Caserta, I don't know if we just lost connect. I don't know what to say.
Oh, Caserta crashed.
Oh.
Yeah, Orion have been stuck for a while. Oh yeah, they were battling, weren't they, earlier on? Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
So that's Marcello Caserta, yeah?
So, yeah,
okay, that's what I spotted.
Biffed off.
Let's see this then. And that's Blackout, who have just come into the pits as well. The GT3's already moved, so... Should the GT3 have seen? I don't know, that's for the stewards, but no, at the end of the day, the GT3 had already started moving right, so that's on the prototype.
Could be a post-race penalty there.
But
a bit too late to go drive through now.
Hard to tell, because the approach speeds are insane, and I don't know the rhythm all the drivers are in, but end of the day, the GT3 was already moving right when he ploughed into him.
Oh, here comes the send.
Send indeed. If you can hold the outside, then you still get the apex you need. Yeah, he's fine. He'll be fine.
We have seen this outside line quite powerful so far. What's the drive out the corner? No. But you can dip into the draft again.
Draft?
Gaining hundredths of a second. Wide circuit this, but still not wide enough for him to find the inside line. Trying to go all the way round. And he's still got part of his car alongside actually, but not enough. And Delatraz, apologies, Firebird stays ahead, still in P7. White flag is...
Whoa! Wait, a prototype came between them, by the way. In around that last corner.
That's the 229 of Alexander Guvenak.
So it looks like Fisley Ford are, yeah, a 7/10 ahead of Door. And obviously this race here, 3/10 apart.
Doesn't seem like the battle between Faster Pair and Nürburgring Esports Carousel is going to come to a head.
No.
Still 2 seconds between those two teams. And of course, not quite with the pace right at the close in order to get past. And yeah, of course, the blue, Movano Blue, having to settle for 4th position. But considering that impact, they should be grateful for that. And yeah, they weren't a million miles away from ending up in 7th place. But yeah, I think they should get the P4. But the race leaders, do watch fiercely for pink. They'll still have, no, that is their last lap. So they will not be able to do another lap after this. This is the race leader. And this has been a fantastic performance. Difficult to tell who would have won out of the blue and the red team. Red team had better fuel strat, but the blue was ahead. But of course, it sort of got handed to them in the closing stages. But Tanguy Beyond and his teammates have done an exceptional job. And in the first round of Abruzzi ARL Endurance 2024, the 40 points for the race win are going to go to Cube Control's Movano Red, who win the first round of the season at Silverstone.
Mega stuff.
Paul Busby will be the only P2 to complete an extra lap.
Poor guy.
And only the top 2 GTDs are still running as well. Everyone else will be crossing the line imminently.
Yep.
Good result for Faster Pet. They hold on, and that's good points for them to start off the season. Nürburgring Esports in 3rd place. Cube Controls Movano Blue, they'll be hoping that's their drop score. But, I mean, you can see how far behind they were in the end due to that mess down at Stowe and on the pit entry, which lost them 15 seconds instantly, forced them to make an extra pit stop, and gave them a 40-second penalty in the pit box.
Alex is asking about what happened to Firebird, dropping 2 positions. We are checking. They are very close to Delta in GTD.
Yeah, there's still a battle going on. It's Instinct versus Delta, 5 versus Firebird. But Paul Busby's taking this opportunity. It's a parade lap. I don't know if he actually needs to complete it.
No, he doesn't know, because, like you say, no other team can finish a lap, so he could park it.
At Le Mans, there is a rule where you have to complete the last lap within 12 minutes, I think. That's like a maximum lap time.
Okay.
But I don't think that's the thing on iRacing. So, yeah, take it in, Paul.
Yeah, mega stuff from the boys.
Both of our picks for the title, but unfortunately I was kind and interesting and went for a different team. But ahead of them, Lucas Perez with Simagic Esports, team who ran in 3rd position for the first hour of the race, really. They will be able to take the first GTD win of the season. Impulse, the only other team to complete the extra lap, and Simagic thoroughly deserved that one. Their rivals really didn't make any mistakes. They just beat them completely on pace and with a good strat as well. And it was Paul Busby for Effect Simulations who won in the P2 field as well. Congratulations to him, and he will happily burn some donuts out.
Burn some donuts?
Well, just do...
You're burning the tyres doing donuts. You don't burn the donuts.
Burnouts.
Yeah. A quick question. What was that last penalty?
The last
post-race penalty I saw, 20 seconds.
20-second post-race penalty for the 172, makes contact when passing the GT3. That was... Oh, that was turns 1 and 2. We didn't see that one.
Ah, okay.
That was PS competition. The blackout OPR GTP, however, has been reported. And that's a 30-second penalty for the incident that we saw with Casata, where he... So I think that's fair enough on that one. So, yes. Very good race, that one. And we should be able to go through the final results now for you. We'll also have interviews as well with a few of our drivers, so do keep tuned for that. But Cube Controls Movano Red. Was that the team that you went for the win? Or was it the blue car that you predicted would win?
It was the blue.
Okay. Well, to be fair, the blue is still looking very good for this season.
Yeah.
Did better than my pick. Faster Pet Motorsport in P2, then it's Nürburgring. I won't go through all the names. Yeah, you can see no retirements.
Yeah, very impressive.
Amazing stuff. Awful day for Absolute Motorsport though. In 11th and 12th, that A-Slith car should have been up fighting for the podium. In LMP2, it was Effect Simulations. A bit misleading. That's 1 lap down because they're only about 20 seconds clear. And of course, if Delachas hadn't have had the issue, then they would have been right in play as well. Delachas actually ended up in 5th place. I don't know how they managed to recover that. But that's actually a good recovery from them, so well done to them.
Yep, a very fast team.
Yes. And then in the GTDs, someone's saying in chat, are Perez winning? What? And it was Simagic Esports who came out on top.
I think it's about Lucas Perez. And the Fat
yeah,
Press wouldn't-
Lucas was driving for Simify, right?
Yeah.
Impulse Racing in second place, and then Team Racing Purple in third. There were other driver teams, to be fair, who had a chance, but they fell by the wayside. I say that actually, there weren't many teams who fell by the wayside. On the most part, they just were faster than everyone else.
Yeah, it was very competitive. I really enjoyed that GTD battle. Top 5 or 6 teams. Yeah, great showing. Obviously, LMP2, Effect and Delatraz really showing their strength. Obviously, Fiercely Forward Purple really came through and showed they're not out of it for the season. The Movano boys in GTP are going to take some beating. Both teams looking very strong. Fast Repair Motorsport GTP just had a very solid race the whole way through. Stayed under the radar, stayed out of the protests, stayed out of the incidents. Yeah, and I can't really report much on them because they just flew under the radar with and finished with a solid P2, and that's what you need on an endurance series like this. Is yeah, and obviously, like you mentioned, Absolute Motorsport Acelift just having a very unlucky event in all of their cars.
All the cars.
Yeah.
Let's have a chat then with a couple of our drivers. I'm going to grab the GTP winners. I rudely interrupt Tanguy Bion, who joins us now, who I imagine was having a chat with some of his fellow drivers. But Tanguy, congratulations. That is the first race win of the season for you guys. You must be delighted.
Oh yes. Would it be possible to move Andrea, please? His teammate.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do it.
We've moved him up.
Thank
Welcome,
you.
Andrea.
Hello.
Hello, welcome to the interviews. But yeah, Tanguy, yeah, you can continue what you're saying about being pleased about winning tonight.
It's first time I win a ARL event, and it's good feeling. Was not easy, but we made it.
Of course, yeah, because it's weird to think that you haven't won one before, because in prototypes last season you came really close in that Aragon. I think you came really close, and I think there were a couple of other tracks. So no, a long time coming. But Andrea, of course, yeah, you were involved as well. How was it racing out there yourself with the 3 categories? What did you think of the racing out there tonight?
Races was good. I thought there would be more retirements in this race, but everyone was safe and everyone kept going. It was just unfortunate for the other Cube Controls car to crash at the start of pit lane. We didn't see what happened, but it was unfortunate for them. But throughout the race we haven't had any issues or something, so I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, what were you thinking of that battle that you were having with the blue car? Because it seemed like they were a little bit short on fuel, whereas you were able to go further, but then they had track position on you. So, I mean, it's difficult to say, but do you have an idea who would have come out on top if it weren't for that? Because from our seat, it looked like it was very even between you two.
We weren't pushing to the max, so no one was actually showing the true pace, but I think having a little bit of fuel advantage at the end would have come close to being, I think, 4 or
Would
5
be-
seconds ahead.
I think would be pretty handy with the tires also, because we could have saved maybe a tiny bit of tires, but yeah, we were just managing both cars, so I'm not really a huge point to push. So we did not really. It was all about management, especially keeping the tires alive, which is quite hard with big temps, and Silverstone is quite harsh on it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think a lot of other teams found the same issues. Well, congratulations, guys, on the results day. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
For sure, to all the team and the guys who work with us to make setups competitive, as well as the other car, which still got P4, so good result for them. Good points.
Yes, same shout out.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us, guys, and we'll see you back in a couple of weeks' time for round 2.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
See
thank
you
you.
guys.
See you.
So that was Andrea Barilaro and Tanguy Bion, who won in the GTP category for Cube Controls Movano Red.
Here you go. I get to interview Effect of Andrew Dawson and Paul Busby. Hello, guys. Can you both hear me okay?
Yeah, mate, all fine.
Awesome. Obviously, initially, congrats. A perfectly run race, pole, led every lap, controlled it well, stayed clean in traffic, no protests, no damage. You must be, talk me through it, really happy. So qualifying, you got pole. How did it all go from there? Was this the plan executed well, like tyres and fuel?
Yeah, it was mostly gone to plan except for the third stop where we had that sort of fuel issue. Obviously, we will look back at that. We'll take your tips on board about the app any. But the first couple of stints was, especially the first stint, getting through the first and second bout of traffic was quite risky. But after maybe the second stint, we could start to stretch our legs a little bit. Be a little bit more comfortable and just control the race.
Yeah, no, it looked very well controlled. I mean, obviously we lost Delatraz, which obviously we spoke about in chat, which was a big shame. But Ford still looked fast. Alpha Esports looked fast, so it's still going to have plenty of competition to end the season. Was this? Is there many tracks you're looking forward to over Silverstone, or was this a particularly strong track on your schedule? How are you finding the season as it is?
So from my point of view, Silverstone's one of my worst tracks. I actually can't stand it. If I have to take turn 4 again, I'm gonna do myself some harm. Yeah, Andy likes it though, so it's good for him. I'm personally looking forward to Spa the most. That's my hunting ground, so I'll be all over that. But yeah, no, to be honest, gutted for Delatraz. Got to give them a shout out. Augustine was absolutely flying towards the end, and I mean, with our pit stop, we was obviously going to have a much shorter stop at the end, so I was going to gain a little bit of time back, but he was taking chunks out of me. When I got in the car, the first couple of laps were absolutely horrendous with traffic. So yeah, just happy to see it out, and it was quite comfortable in the end. I mean, it was like everyone lost their heads in the last 10 minutes though. There was so much death going on track and people cutting each other up and all sorts, so I was just literally giving as much room as I possibly could and just keeping it halal, as they say.
Yeah, no, smart. Obviously it's a endurance season, right? So you got to think long, right? Obviously we say we have the endurance mindset, but this is an endurance on top of endurance, right? You've got to survive the whole season as well. So some excellent points in the bag initially. Is there any shout outs you'd like to give, guys?
Yeah, just want to give a massive shout out to Tim Morley at Effect Simulations for kind of creating the team and looking after us as an org, and just shout out to all the teammates that we've got. We've taken on some more drivers. We've been getting in top split for the big specials and stuff, so we're just moving forwards and improving all the time, and just looking forward to seeing what the future holds for the team. Really looking forward to all the specials and competing in ARL moving forward. So yeah, all good.
That's mega. Yeah, you're one of my favourite teams. So yeah, GG's boys. Yeah, always good to see you. And again, congratulations on the win. And look forward to seeing you next round.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Cheers, guys. Paul Busby, Andy Dawson. Dominant display, right from the off.
Yes, but I think Delatraz would have been very close.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, obviously it didn't help with their. I think like I said, mentally it would have felt a bit easier because that 8-second, 9-11 second gap would have been there and that would have been cut down, but rather it was a 2-3 second gap, and sure, he knows he's going to get time in the next pit stop, but that gap coming down, it's daunting. The last thing he wants to do is be battling, lose 3 seconds for a battle, and then his pit stop advantage gets him 1 second ahead, and then now he has a battle to the end, whereas I say mentally the other way around, it would have just been managing that gap until the finish. But yeah, shame what happened, but yeah, excellent stuff.
Yeah, really good stuff. Next round of the championship, of course, we head to Spa.
Excellent.
The familiar circuit from last season. Last season it was round 1 of the championship, which I think is usually the scary round. But I don't think tonight was that scary. I mean, we ended up with 18 protests, I think maybe 10 penalties, which is surprisingly low for the first round of the championship.
Plus, I think the majority of the protests and everything was at the beginning and the end.
Yeah.
Lap 1 and 2 were silly things or trying to undo quality mistakes, stuff like that. And at the end where it's a bit more desperate, maybe tired, maybe run down tyres. But yeah, I think overall it was a really clean race. We just saw some minor lapses of judgment that look worse when the approach speeds are so high. But you know, it is what it is. Sometimes you get into a rhythm, right, and you repeat. But sometimes the gaps can be slightly different. You misinterpret, and all of a sudden you're in a big incident. So I think overall, considering the nature of this track, high speed corners, tyre deg, I think everyone handled it really well. Really well, actually.
Definitely. Well, of course, this series will be back in 2 weeks' time for round 2 of the championship. Make sure to tune in for that. And of course, you might be able to get yourself some Abruzzi gloves, as Paul Busby managed to get his hands on, quite literally, tonight. And of course, a big thanks to Abruzzi for supporting this championship, for putting some amazing prizes up, and of course, offering all of you a discount as well, a 15% discount on shirts, gloves, and boots. Just use that code ApexRacing15 off when it comes to checkout in order to get your discount. And of course, check out all of Abruzzi's other stuff that they sell as well. Lots of sim racing equipment, so if you're looking for an upgrade on your rig, they are a very good place to go for all of that. Of course, if you've enjoyed this video, please do leave a like on it, subscribe to the channel, as so many of you have already done as well tonight. Check out the streams as well coming up in the next few days, and of course check out the Apex Racing TV and Apex Racing League, and of course the Abruzzi social medias on Instagram, Twitter and Facebook. But for now, from myself, Sam Fitzpatrick, and from David Sampson, and from everyone here at Apex Racing TV, we'll say goodbye, and we'll see you back in 2 weeks' time at Spa for round 2 of Abruzzi ARL Endurance. See you then.